Princess's Guide to Surviving Nightmare Night by Another Random. Ah, I see. Celestia, in fact, did not see. First, in the literal meaning of the word, she did not see, at least not clearly. There was a magic shield in the way. Golden, shimmering barrier stood between her and Nightlight and Twilight Velvet. It was not there for security reasons. Well, at least not for the usual security reason a princess might want to use a shield. Suddenly, Nightlight sneezed. Phlegm and spit landing on the shield, where they began bubbling and sizzling until they vanished into nothing. "Sorry," Nightlight muttered. Celestia gave the stallion a sympathetic smile. At least she hoped it was aimed at him. It was hard to tell with the shield in the way. She had to modify the spell heavily to not let anything in. The result was several inches thick wall of pure magical power that was see-through only by the barest definition of the word. The shield was pure improvisation on her part. Celestia, who while immune to sickness was still fully capable of being a carrier, and right now, where almost every pony was on holiday to go to the festival, it fell to her to care for Twilight and Spike until her parents got better. And Celestia would not risk catching the flu from her. Thus, the overpowered shield blocking her field of vision. But there was a second thing she did not see, this time more metaphorical. When Celestia got the message, Nightlight and Velvet wanted to speak to her. Celestia thought it would be the usual fare, probably about Spike or Twilight leaving something behind. It was almost tradition by this point. Though not forgetful, Twilight had too many checklists to forget. The filly often failed to prioritize anything other than books. Not that it mattered that much. Twilight and Spike spent too much time in the palace, and they had all the essentials in their rooms already. More often than not, it was the little keepsakes and favourite toys that they had to go back for. So that was what Celestia was expecting. Twilight or Spike to forget their favourite blanket or doll. Not unusual in itself, with the exception that Celestia chose to make the trip herself, to not risk any pony else getting sick. But Velvet and Nightlight didn't want to talk to her about Twilight forgetting something, though she did leave Smarty Pants behind. The doll now tucked under Celestia's wing. No, they blindsided her with something else entirely. "You're really our only option," Twilight Velvet managed to say despite having to pause to blow her nose 7 times before she got the sentence out. Leaving a scattered field of soaked tissues in her wake. "And you want me to take Twilight and Spike trick-or-treating?" Nightlight finished, earning a glare from his wife for interrupting the princess. Velvet's glare would probably be much more effective if Velvet could go without sneezing for longer than 6 seconds. As it was, Nightlight, half delirious from fever, simply shrugged. Celestia sighed. That was the issue. The nightmare night. "We obviously can't," the very sick Twilight Velvet said. "And poor Shining is even worse off than we're—" "I still don't understand where we got feather flu," Nightlight said, voice slurred and slightly feverish. "None of us even have feathers." "Shining probably caught it from some pony in the barracks and gave it to us," Velvet said, then paused. "How is Cadence, by the way?" "Still recovering," Celestia replied easily. The feather flu did not go easy on the poor dear. Cadence getting also sick was poor timing. The younger Alicorn did not have the same immunity Celestia had, at least yet, and was bedridden for the next few days until she stopped being infectious. "So will you take them?" Velvet asked, trying and failing to drink some sort of herbal tea without spilling it all over the sofa, table, herself and her husband. "It would be a great help," Nightlight said, leaning on his wife. "Spike was so excited to go trick-or-treating for the first time, and now—" He trailed off. Celestia winced. Normally she would gladly take on any opportunity to spend more time with Twilight and Spike, even if it was only to keep them from catching featherflu from their parents. Young Twilight was a joy to be around with her ever-inquisitive nature, and Spike was simply adorable. Celestia only so rarely got to spend genuine free time with them, outside all the lessons in school. But this was that night. Celestia sighed. Raven Inkwell. The seneschal of Her Highness, Princess Celestia, could be described as many things. Dutifully, stoic, unflappable.
No, bad Spike.
Twilight yelled at the drake.
Don't eat those.
And currently losing her mind. The tiny dragon spit out the object previously lodged in his maw. With great speed, it went on its parabolic arc, hitting a target with accuracy that would make an experienced marksman jealous. Said object was a stapler. A stapler hitting Raven in the face, her glasses specifically, which was lucky because she would otherwise have the joy of having her eyes stapled shut. The mostly barren room Raven called her office was suddenly filled with the noise of patients running low. It sounded suspiciously like the gritting of teeth into dust with only the force of one's own jaw.
I'm sorry, Miss Inkwell.
Twilight apologised sheepishly, picking the dragon, who blew Twilight a raspberry in response, in her magic.
Spike is just cranky because...
You promised, Spike wailed. You promised me we will go trick-or-treating together. Twilight hushed Spike, though Raven could not help but notice the fact that Twilight herself looked close to tears.
Spike,
Twilight said gently.
You know why we can't. Mum and Dad are sick.
It's not fair, Spike whimpered. Raven's shoulders slumped. She was not trained nor equipped to deal with this. The doors into the office opened. A large figure slowly crept in.
Princess!
Twilight, with Spike in tow, bolted for the Alicorn, where Spike promptly decided to attach himself to Celestia's leg with a hug, while Twilight skidded to a stop. Hello, Twilight. Spike, Celestia said, smiling. Then she looked more closely at the decimated office. Raven, I do hope they were not too much trouble. They were manageable, Your Highness, Raven allowed, pulling the staple out of her glasses. But I do have to hurry now. My sister is waiting. Barely, almost impossibly to notice, Celestia's smile wavered. Ah, I see you're keeping up with your tradition. Raven gave a nod. She is persuasive when she wants, Raven said. Watching scary movies together doesn't really appeal to me, but it seems season appropriate. It's good for you to relax sometimes, Raven, Celestia said. You work far too hard. Some pony has to, Your Highness, Raven said, breaking into her own almost unperceivable smile. Scheduling and paperwork won't do themselves. Of course, Celestia said. Thank you. I don't know what I would do without you. Struggle, obviously, Raven deadpanned. She looked at the clock on the wall. Time for me to run. Goodbye, Miss Raven, Spike pipped up, followed by Twilight's nervous wave. Goodbye, and do enjoy your time off, Raven. I shall endeavour to try, Your Highness. Raven got up to make her leave. She stopped briefly at the doors, turning towards the two children. And I'm sorry you can't go out tonight.
It's okay.
Twilight said, her expression that it was not.
There will be another next year, right?
But that's forever away, Spike exclaimed. Celestia trailed off, then gulped. I actually planned to take you trick-or-treating, she finished. Twilight squeaked. Spike's eyes went wide. Raven simply stared. Are you sure, Your Highness? Raven said unsurely. It's that night. Princess Celestia gave the short mare a look. I'm aware, Celestia said curtly.
Oh!
Twilight gasped.
I have to get my costume ready.
Me too, Spike called out after her.
What are you going as, Princess?
Twilight suddenly asked. Sorry?
It's a tradition.
Twilight said with all the authority the adorable 11-year-old could muster.
Every pony has to go in costume.
I'm a knight, Spike affirmed seriously. It's going to be a surprise, Celestia said mysteriously, already panicking inside, trying to come up with something. Maybe my old armour? I don't think I took it out of storage since I fought Sombra with... She frowned. Or maybe rather not. The old thing probably doesn't fit anymore anyway. Ready to go, Celestia said to Twilight, the filly making some last-minute changes to her costume. She went as Clover's theorem of perpetual arcana. She had to add more pluses to her hat. Spike, true to his word, dressed as a knight in cardboard armour and with a surprising amount of realism too. The tassets and articulation were on point, though the gorget was a bit oversized in Celestia's humble opinion. It even had a fully functioning lance rest. If Celestia would hazard a guess, a certain royal guard in training probably helped to construct it before he became sick. In comparison, her own costume was a little threadbare. Her costume consisted of 2 parts. First was a memento of hers, ancient relics gifted to her by a friend, a blue cloak and a hat, decorated with bells and stars and crescent moons. She would be afraid that her keepsakes would get damaged, but the whole get-up was so heavy with preservation, enchantments and protection charms that it was probably more durable than her armour. She did try it on for old time's sake. It did not fit. The other part of her costume was a badly made fake beard. It was simply some cotton held in place by a piece of wire and an inordinate amount of glue.
Princess!
Twilight exclaimed excitedly, then stopped in confusion.
Who are you going as?
Starswell the Bearded, Celestia answered with a smirk. He was a mentor of mine, and an excellent magician.
He taught you?
Twilight exclaimed.
He had to be the best mage to ever live.
Though he could get too grouchy at times, he never did have a sense of humour. Princess Celestia lifted both of them onto her back, trotting down the street, surrounded by staring parents and giggling bowls. Twilight attempted to bury herself into Celestia's bellowing mane and hat, while Spike grinned and enjoyed the ride and the sights. He was the only dragon in Canterlot. He was used to stairs by now. She stopped before a door to one of the more wealthy noble houses near the castle district. She hummed to herself. Twilight, can you remind me what is the procedure for Nightmare Night? Celestia asked. I'm afraid I was an adult when trick-or-treating became customary and never participated myself before. Spike giggled from under the visor of his cardboard armet. You're old! That I'm, Celestia said with a smile.
We ring the bell, then we say trick or treat.
Twilight explained. Then candy! Spike exclaimed, lifting his tiny fist and cardboard cutout sword high.
Yes, then they give us candy.
Twilight finished with a serious nod. Of course, Celestia said. That is the most important part. She rang the bell and waited. The doors opened. An elegant mare dressed up as a cat, ears and whiskers included, opened the door.
Trick or treat!
Both Spike and Twilight hollered. The mare laughed, reached into a bag of candy with a hoop to disperse the prize. You're both adorable. She then looked up, saw the fake beard and wizard cap and the billowing rainbow mane, horn and wings, froze, blinked about several times, and then started to shake. Honey, are there more ponies at the door? A stallion in a clown costume and cartoonishly oversized pants stepped into the foyer, laughing to himself. He then also froze and stared. Good evening, Lord Fancy Pants, Princess Celestia said easily. Trick or treat? She turned to Twilight. Did I do it right? She asked the purple filly, practically vibrating with excitement. Some pony will have an easy time getting settled to bed tonight. If she continues like this, she'll be all tuckered out soon. Yes! Twilight said with a laugh. Candy, Spike piped up ever so helpfully. Your Highness, Fancy Pants finally recovered enough to form sentences. What a surprise! Star Swirl, Celestia interrupted. I'm Star Swirl the Bearded. Fancy Pants blinked, turned to his wife, then shrugged. Of course, he said. How foolish of me. Candy was given, bowls were appeased, all was well. So far, so good. Do not eat your candy now, Celestia admonished Twilight slightly. You will get sick before bed. The filly, staring at her candy hoard, pouted but nodded. After the first house, well, a villa really, the others in the neighbourhood followed quickly. Within the half an hour it took them to walk down the Palace District, Spike and Twilight had their baskets filled almost to full. Celestia had a sneaking suspicion that ponies were a smidgen more generous with her around, but such things were almost unavoidable. At first Celestia thought about flying down to Lower Canterlot and avoiding the Palace District and the nobles within its lavish townhouses altogether. But that would take time, and Celestia was a little afraid the foals would explode from impatience. And if the nobles wanted to be generous with her charges to impress her, well, who was she to deny them? It made Twilight's and Spike's happy, and that was what mattered tonight. The problem was, of course, not every pony was so generous when she wasn't around. Get out! Screamed Lady Blueblood. Get out before I call the guards! A gaggle of terrified foals, maybe only a few years older than Twilight, ran from the manor, some ditching parts of their costumes for greater speed as they escaped the premises. But you let all the others in! One of them, a colt dressed up in a clearly homemade pirate costume, stuttered out. Why us? I'll not have some common rabble sullying my garden. Celestia frowned. It was easy for Celestia to see why ponies from the other, less well-off parts of Canterlot would make their way up to go and try their luck at gaining a greater prize from those wealthy and showing it off. But sadly for Celestia, who also had an easy time seeing how certain nobles would take issues with ponies outside their closed community coming here. She took a deep breath. Celestia could understand not wanting to participate in the holiday. Sweet ancestors, she knew. For how long had she avoided anything to do with this terrible reminder of that night? It made her blood boil, literally. The very fact that her little ponies would turn this dark day into a celebration of how she banishing her little sis. Yes, Celestia could understand not wanting to participate, but Lady Blueblood was not refusing to participate. She was simply very choosy about who else should. And she was using her power and status to do it. Power and status given to her by grace of Celestia's own crown, and she was using it to bully foals. And that would not stand. Twilight, Celestia said, do remind me, what is it they say when we ring the doors?
Trick or treat, Princess.
And what exactly does the trick option entail? Twilight trailed off.
I don't know.
I think I would like to find out, Princess Celestia said, horn lighting up. Hold on tight, we shall be taking a little detour. My lady, the evicted trick or treaters are back. Lady Blueblood raised an eyebrow at her butler. Well, kick them out, the noble mare said. She had quite enough of the insolence. First her staff was asking for a day off, denied of course, and now rabble was invading her domicile as if it belonged to them. The butler opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed his mouth again. I don't think I can. Lady Blueblood, the seventh, sighed. Useless, she sneered. The mare stomped her way to the entrance, kicking the door open. I'm calling the guards, she shrieked. Do you have any idea who I'm? Blue Blood looked up. Good evening, Princess Celestia said, her smile wide and sharp as a knife. The group of foals all standing behind her, staring in a mix of apprehension and awe. Your Highness, Lady Blueblood said. We weren't expecting you. We can... Trick or treat? The noble mare blinked. What? Trick, Celestia said easily. Or treat. The princess tilted her head. Something in her eyes changed. Lady Blueblood began to sweat. Her breath hitched. That's your choice, your two options, yes? The princess said pleasantly, as tradition dictates. I'm sorry, there must have been some misunderstanding. Now, the princess lifted her hoop, silencing the noble mare. Correct me if I'm wrong, I seldom participate in such things. My perspective may be skewed. Celestia smiled at her. It was a smile that cut. But you already made your choice, right? Lady Blueblood gulped. So, let me ask again, Celestia said, leaning down until she was eye level with Lady Blueblood. Trick or treat? That was awesome! My bag is full. I didn't know toilet paper could do that. Thank you, Star Swirl. Celestia laughed at the foals running around her, leaving the now improved villa and its apologetic owner behind. I was happy to assist my little ponies. The foals scurried along, Twilight sighing a sigh of relief as they vanished. Celestia could only grimace at that. One day, Twilight would need to learn to socialise with her peers. Every pony needs friends. Celestia knew well what isolation and loneliness could lead to.
Princess?
Twilight said, yawning. The night did go on pretty long. Covering the whole villa in magically conjured toilet paper did take some time, after all. Yes, Twilight, she said, amused. We still need to make the offering. It did not take long to find one. The shrines popped up around Canterlot every year for the festival. Ponies would make a sacrifice of candy so Nightmare Moon would leave them alone and ungobbled. This one was not very big, a marble cube with small statue of smirking Nightmare Night on it. Some pony lit candles in a circle around it. There were piles of offered sugary things strewn all over already. If she ignored the sweets, it almost looked like a tombstone. She hated them, these shrines. The insult baked into the very concept, as if her sister would ever eat bowls. She wasn't a monster, she wasn't. And they never captured how she looked right. It was always a snarling, smug caricature of the real thing. The face of those statues irked her the most. They never captured the anguish, the sorrow, the anger, the hate. Maybe it was for the best. Twilight and Spike fell asleep on her back. A few minutes back, the street became more and more empty by the minute as the remaining trick-or-treaters retreated home. She was alone. Celestia walked towards the statue. Hello, Luna. The alicorn smiled sadly. The statue stayed in place as statues do, staring into nothing. Cold stone eyes, cold stone snarl. Cold stone. Celestia looked on her back at the snoring foals. I think you would have liked them, Celestia said fondly, if only you got to meet them. She sighed. The statue stayed, unmoving and still, not dead, because you have to live to die. This was stone. It never lived to die. This is silly, Celestia said suddenly. I'm taking to the air. You are not here. You're gone. So why I'm... Celestia stopped. She took a deep breath. I'm sorry, she said again, as she always said this night for the past almost 1,000 years, an offering of her own. I'm sorry, sister. Celestia gave a bitter laugh. Her horn lit up, taking a little from both baskets of sweets. It took a few moments to find the right things. Dark chocolate, Luna always liked bittersweet things, never really going for the more sweet options, making most of the offering even more ironic. I miss you, Luna. I love you, and I'll always miss you.
Princess?
Twilight whispered. Shh, Twilight, I'm taking us home.
You're making the offering?
Twilight mumbled, eyelids heavy, consciousness somewhere between the waking world and the dream one. Yes, Celestia said simply.
She looks lonely.
Twilight said, looking at the statue. She was. Celestia looked back. Twilight was snoring peacefully again. She smiled at the foal, then met the unfeeling statue's gaze for the last time. Good night, Luna. Above her, the full moon shimmered.
Shadows dance, the stars awake. Celestia steps through moonlight take. With twilight close and young spike too, in costumes bright of wizard blue. Through the winding streets they go, past whispers soft where secrets flow, and haunted eyes in windows peer, for nightmare night is drawing near. Shadows call on Luna's night, candles flicker, pale moonlight. She walks alone where memories lie, for Luna's lost beneath the sky. A noble's house with walls so high, where selfish hearts do tricksters spy. Celestia's laugh, a wizard's spell, turns pride to fear, oh what a swell. And in her steps the fools all cheer, as Lady Blue Blood quakes in fear. With magic bright and frozen tall, she shows them tricks they didn't know. Shadows call on Luna's night, candles flicker, pale moonlight. She walks alone where memories lie, for Luna's lost beneath the sky. By statue stone and offering sweet, dark chocolate lay at cold stone feet. Celestia sighs, her whispers low, for Luna lost so long ago. Good night, dear sister, soft she cries, as little twilight sleepy sighs. Bring comfort near, yet tears still flow, in Luna's light and starry glow. The moon above, the beacon bright, watches over the silent night. A tale of sorrow, hope and fright, the magic cast on nightmare night. Shadows call on Luna's night, candles flicker, pale moonlight. And as we gather young and old, we share her tale so dark and cold. For though she's lost, she's still held dear. On nightmare night, we feel her near.
It's the Mystery Coding Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Bonnie and Easy Lungo is the story, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $1.49 a month.
This Carousel by Runic Treetops. The atmosphere in the small, albeit cozy Canterlot Castle room was tense. At least that's what it felt like to you. Your companion, meanwhile, was as hard to read as ever. A coy smile was plastered on her face as she sipped at her cup of tea, steam still gently rising from the fine china and curving delicately around her long horn before Sunny looks down at her sprained leg, realizing that the swelling is gone. In fact, it doesn't appear injured at all. As she notices this, she also realizes that her headache has gone away during their conversation. She looks at Zip in surprise, who lifts her wing and reveals that her new wound has completely healed over. And so, here you are about a month later. You were, of course, only somewhat true to your word. You still told Twilight about Chrysalis, but not as a mean of getting Chrysalis back into custody. Quite the opposite, actually. Instead, you informed Twilight that you and Chrysalis had struck a deal. She could live in your house with all of her expenses paid and feed on enough of your love to sustain herself. In return, she would stop, With a smile and a chuckle, Celestia turns and walks away, with Naysay trailing behind her. Anon turns to Cheerly, who looks back up at him with a mixture of emotions on her face. What is she supposed to be feeling right now? So much has happened in such a short span of time. She's not sure if she can process it all. Princess Celestia lets out a contented sigh as her horn glows with yellow magic. After a moment, the large, circular mirror that had been projecting images of familiar places and ponies began to ripple as if it were made of water. Seconds later, the colour disappears from it, leaving behind a perfectly normal mirror. With a warm smile, she turns to face her faithful student, Twilight Sparkle. Well? Twilight glances between the mirror and her mentor. One of her eyebrows is raised, and her jaw is ever so slightly agape. I'm sorry, Princess Celestia. I don't understand. Celestia merely chuckles at her student's confusion. Her horn glows yet again as the sound of shuffling reaches Twilight's ears. She turns around just in time to see two stools being levitated towards them. One stops directly behind Celestia, and she elegantly takes a seat. The other stops just behind Twilight, who hesitantly follows in her mentor's hoofsteps. This is the Runic Mirror. It's one of my best kept secrets. What was all of that just now? I kept seeing Anon, but first he was with you, then he was with ponies. I don't know, then he was with Chrysalis, then Miss Cheerilee. Celestia lets out a knowing chuckle once again. What you just saw are possibilities, my faithful student. Possibilities? You came here because you're concerned about Anon, yes? Well, yeah. An alien just crash lands in front of the library and I'm not supposed to ask you what to do with him? You've given him a place to stay, yes? He's using Rarity's guest bedroom. I'm thankful that she was generous enough to offer. Then what is your concern? I don't think we're going to be able to send him back home. Did you tell him that? I did. He, didn't take it too well, as I'm sure you can imagine. It's only natural. All we can do is make him feel safe and welcome. Twilight sighs. Yeah, and I intend to do that. Twilight realizes that her brow has been furrowed for quite some time, and she shakes her head in an effort to clear her thoughts. But, that aside, what's with this mirror? What did you mean by possibilities? Here, watch this. Celestia's horn glows with magic yet again, and the mirror begins to ripple like a liquid once more. What follows is a scene being played out right in front of the princess and her student. In it, Anon, Twilight, who mysteriously has wings, and Spike live in a big crystal castle. Twilight is feeling a bit down, so Anon takes it upon himself to build a book fort for her. It's massive, and frankly, Twilight isn't sure how to feel about it. Like before, the image begins to ripple and fade away as Anon and Twilight lean in for what seems to be a kiss, causing the Twilight watching to blush profusely. What was that? That, Twilight Sparkle, was a possibility. This mirror allows us to peer into an infinite number of worlds, parallel universes, alternate timelines, you name it, each and every one of them is a possibility. But what does that have to do with Anon? Celestia turns to a student, her famous gentle smile still adorning her face. You said you don't know what to do with him? No, I don't. What you mean to say is that you're afraid of what comes next. Twilight blinks and opens her mouth to speak, but no words come out. You can't control Anon, you know that. His actions are his own, just as you alone are responsible for how you treat him. Twilight sighs. I want to know more about him. I want to be friends with him, but I don't want to make him even more upset. With a single, stifled laugh, Celestia uses her magic to start up the mirror once more. This time, Anon can be seen relaxing in a hammock. Not long after, Twilight approaches him and the two share a conversation about knowing how to unwind. Eventually, Anon convinces Twilight to lay herself back in the hammock with him. In that moment, they seem content. Twilight chuckles. Look at us. We look so happy. It's a possibility. Twilight watches the mirror turn back to normal as her expression slowly darkens. After remaining silent for a few moments, she quietly turns towards Celestia. I get what you're trying to do here, but wouldn't this imply that some of the possibilities in that mirror aren't good? Celestia meets her gaze, her smile slowly fading. With a slight nod, she allows the mirror to ripple again. Equestria is bathed in eternal night. Anon arrives in the ever-free forest and quickly becomes involved in the reign of Nightmare Moon after falling in love with her. Along the way, she commits countless atrocities and even betrays that world's Twilight's trust. Eventually, Nightmare Moon is defeated and Anon is left to wonder. After a soul-crushing realization, he is forced to walk a long, painful road, but one that he inflicted upon himself. Oh dear, Twilight mumbles. She never loved him back, huh? No, she did not. Though, to be fair, this Anon might not have the same background as ours. Heh, and it's not like Nightmare Moon is the type to fall in love anyway. Oh, really? Huh? With a cocky smile, Celestia starts up the mirror again. This time they watch as Anon and Nightmare Moon fall asleep while embracing each other. A stark contrast to what they had seen moments before. Unlike what Twilight just said, they do seem to be genuinely, deeply in love. They're all possibilities, Twilight. Twilight scoffs before quickly covering her mouth, apparently embarrassed to have done so in front of her teacher. I refuse to believe that anything is possible. Oh, what's an example of the impossible? Well, you, for one. No offense. Me? You welcome every pony you meet with open arms. I mean, look at how nice you are when speaking about Anon, and you haven't even met him properly yet. And you're certain that's always the case? Well, judging by the way you said that, I have a feeling you're going to show me something else. You're catching on quick. This time the mirror shows a strange sight. Anon is certainly present, but he is far from an adult. Instead, he is a young child, and Twilight seems particularly protective of him. Even stranger is Celestia, who seems uncharacteristically harsh around him. As they watch, time seems to jump forward over and over again. Twilight becomes a sort of mother figure to Anon, and they all eventually learn that Anon's people were responsible for killing Celestia's mother. However, at a crucial moment in the story that has Twilight fully invested, the mirror shuts off. Hey! What happened? There are too many possibilities in this instance. Anon has a choice to make, and we don't have all day to sit here and watch other worlds. Still, I wouldn't exactly call myself the good guy in this scenario, would you? Twilight's head droops, her eyes cast towards the floor. Countless thoughts swim through her mind as she ponders her mentor's words. The concept of there being infinite possibilities isn't exactly new to her. However, never before has she thought about what that really means. There are so many things that could go wrong. Who is Anon? Who will he become? What will he do? What will she do? Celestia leans over and drapes one of her large wings around the frustrated Twilight. Her natural warmth immediately soothes her, and she lets out a quiet sigh. It's scary, isn't it? Yeah. She lifts her head to look at Celestia, who is now sitting mere inches away and embracing her fully. Princess? Twilight's voice is shaky, and she begins to whisper as any confidence she may have had evaporates. What do I do? I have no idea what's going to happen next. Celestia is quiet for a moment. After a bit, she lowers her head and gently nuzzles against Twilight before speaking softly into her ear. What do you want to happen? Twilight freezes. The room, although quiet, suddenly feels less so. The gentle sound of Celestia's breathing fills her ears. Of course, but there is something else, another pair of ponies breathing just as quietly. Celestia slowly pulls away, a smile on her face as she turns to face the mirror. Twilight does the same, and she immediately locks eyes with her reflection. Strangely, she can still hear the breathing through the mirror. What's going on? She recoils as she speaks. If the volume is anything to go by, the sound of her voice came out of her reflection as well. The mirror is on right now, my faithful student. Both Celestia and her reflection speak at the same time. It looks just like a normal reflection, doesn't it? Then, that's another world? It is. A world just like ours. Both Celestias smile and wave at each other in perfect unison. There are countless versions of you struggling with the same thing. Of course, I'm sure you're wondering something. Celestia, with a smirk on her face, gently nudges Twilight with her wing. The other Celestia does the same thing at the same time. Go ahead, ask her. Twilight once again locks eyes with the other version of herself. She stutters for a moment, eventually taking a second to breathe and compose herself. Finally, both she and her reflection open their mouths at the same time. What are you going to do? Both Celestias chuckle one last time as their horns glow, causing the mirror to ripple, if not for that ripple indicating the end of whatever spell or enchantment allows the mirror to work. Twilight would think that there was no change. Her actual reflection looks like the world she was peering into, the world that was peering back. So, Twilight remains quiet for some time, simply gazing at herself in the mirror. After a while, she finally smiles. You know what? I think I do know what I want to do. Twilight stands from her stool. With a spring in her step, she bows before her teacher, who chooses instead to smile and hug her student. Trust your heart. She lets go of Twilight before her horn glows one final time as she uses her magic to open the door for her. And treat Anon well, okay? Don't worry, I have an idea that might help cheer him up a little bit. I think Pinky might be able to help me with this too. I wonder if he likes cake. Goodbye, Twilight Sparkle. Bye, Princess. Twilight carefully closes the door behind herself as she exits the small room. With the tiniest of head tilts, Celestia beams at no one in particular. And who knows what you'll decide to do next.
somewhere new, somewhere new. Just us two, I'll follow you to somewhere new, somewhere new.
Rainbow Dash comes out to her friends by Sporkticles. Rainbow Dash soared across the skies above Ponyville, heading towards the bar. She was, uncharacteristically, flying at a leisurely speed, and even more uncharacteristically, early. It allowed her the opportunity to think. Am I ready for this? Yes, she was. Rainbow Dash wasn't afraid of anything. Carpe diem and all that. Pausing was for sissies. And then, when she tried to descend, her wings somehow had a moment of totally involuntary stiffness that forced her to continue gliding. Instead, she spent another 15 minutes dithering through the clouds and eventually circling the airspace above the bar. It'll be fine, she thought. They're my friends, and they'll like me no matter what. She didn't feel at all reassured. Pinkie Pie would, of course, probably not care at all, but Twilight and Rarity were extremely straight-laced, and Applejack could be pretty judgmental at times. Starlight Glimmer was also kind of new to their group, and there was no telling how she would react. But what worried Rainbow most of all was how Fluttershy would take the news. Fluttershy had been her best friend for years, and Rainbow had been lying to her all this time. She was suddenly gripped by another bout of quickened, panicked heartbeat. Rainbow shut her eyes tight and repeated to herself yet again that Fluttershy would never hate her for any reason at all, let alone something as simple as her sexual orientation. And so it was with her last few hesitant flaps that Rainbow Dash landed outside the bar and nervously stepped inside. It was a bustling weekend night, and even though the bar was full, it still wasn't too noisy. From an extra large booth at the far end of the room came the joyful conversation and boisterous giggles of her 6 friends. Spike was of course absent, being too young to drink. She joined them and was greeted with a chorus of hellos. "So what's up, Sugar Cube?" asked Applejack. "I'm just dying to hear what exactly your big news is." Rainbow looked around the table. All of them were giving her an encouraging look. Though Pinkie seemed to be especially tense for some reason, Rainbow steeled herself and wilted. I need a drink first." Twilight raised a hoop for the waiter, looking at Rainbow quizzically as she did so. "That bad, huh?" The mares all ordered another round of drinks. One order arrival later, Rainbow Dash still had yet to work up the courage to speak. "This is ridiculous," she thought to herself. "I'm a Wonderbolt. I faced gods and monsters of legend to save the world, and I am the Ponyville ball bouncing champion. Coming out to my friends should be a cinch." She grabbed a mug of hard cider right off the table and downed it in a single gulp. Then she stood up, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. "Girls, I'm gay." There was silence. It went on for quite a while. Rainbow Dash opened her eyes. Her friends were still staring at her, but oddly, not in shock. Instead, they looked at her with the same interested expectation as they did earlier. Eventually, Rarity broke the silence. "And? What?" asked a confused Rainbow. The girl stared at her in bewilderment. Applejack face hoofed. Rainbow, are you saying that you called us all here tonight to come out to us? Yes. Rainbow looked at the faces of her friends. Fluttershy and Rarity were smiling sympathetically. Twilight seemed somewhat puzzled, and Starlight was looking at the others with equal curiosity. Applejack still hadn't removed her hoop from her face. Pinkie, however, was practically brimming with excitement. Can I do it now? She whispered. Applejack sighed. Go ahead. Pinkie yanked on a rope that seemed to have come out of nowhere, and the booth was immediately showered with confetti. She took out a dragon party whistle and blew on it, and then shouted, Congratulations on coming out! Rainbow immediately stuffed her left hoop into Pinkie's mouth. She looked nervously around the bar, where several heads had turned in response to the outburst. Pinkie! I know I've just told you girls, but I don't want anyone else to know. Applejack rolled her eyes. Rainbow, you really have no idea at all, do you? Now, Applejack, said Rarity. Rainbow is our friend and we should treat her like one, even if she is rather clueless sometimes. She turned to Rainbow and explained. Rainbow, telling us was a very brave thing to do, and I'm sure it took a lot of courage, but we sort of already assumed you were gay. What? Rarity giggled. I mean, the rainbow mane and tail are rather a dead giveaway. This is my natural mane colour, you know. My dad has almost the same colours and he isn't gay. Well, there is also your apparent love for sports. Hey now, ain't nothing gay about a mare liking exercise, said Applejack pointedly. Yeah, said Rainbow, her voice tinged with just a tiny bit of annoyance. Well, yes, making that assumption is a little judgmental, Twilight said diplomatically. We shouldn't rely on stereotypes like that as evidence. But you have to admit you did move to Ponyville of all places without any apparent reason. Move to Ponyville? All of Rainbow's friends were seized by another round of awkward silence. Applejack sighed in exasperation. Rainbow, you are aware that Ponyville is the Philly-Fuller capital of Equestria, right? Rainbow's mouth dropped open. Philly-Fuller she stammered. Yes, Rainbow, said Twilight. Philly-Fuller. Etymologically originating from the Minoan word philophile, meaning lover of love. Wait, really? Said Starlight Glimmer. I thought it was just a word that meant you like fooling around with fillies. Ew, Starlight, that sounds like they're messing with underage foals. Though the male equivalent colt cuddler did used to have some hulaphilic implications. I know what Philly-Fuller means, Twilight, said Rainbow flatly, having finally recovered from the shock. What did Applejack mean about Ponyville being Philly-Fuller Central? Well, Rainbow, they do often say that Ponyville is the gayest town in the country, said Fluttershy. Doesn't that just mean we're all really happy all the time? Twilight groaned. She motioned with her head at the booth opposite theirs, where a white unicorn in purple shades sat with a grey earth pony. Rainbow, who do you see over there? That's DJ Ponthry and Octavia, replied Rainbow, easily recognising the two celebrities. She prefers to be called Vinyl Scratch when she's not performing, said Pinkie. Twilight nodded. Thanks, Pinkie, that's good to know. Rainbow, don't you remember at all that they moved here from Canterlot 3 months ago, right after Vinyl got outed in the Daily Mail? Vinyl Scratch reached under the table and pulled out a large cardboard box. She slid it slowly across to Octavia, who cautiously lifted the lid. The sight of its contents made her excitedly pull it open. French chocolates, she squealed, picking one up and popping it into her mouth. Vinyl, these are exquisite. You really shouldn't have. Her partner just shrugged. Octavia beamed at the gesture. Oh, I love you too. Vinyl casually rubbed her muzzle. A slight smile broke on her features. Octavia blushed. Oh, gosh, that's pretty naughty, don't you think? Vinyl replied by lowering her shades, waggling her eyebrows and spreading her smile into a full-blown smirk. Her expression made Octavia giggle girlishly. Oh, Vinyl, you know I love it when you talk dirty to me. Rainbow scratched her head with a hoof. I must have missed that article. Fair enough, I guess, said Twilight. She pointed at two nearly identical Pegasi lounging against each other on the couch facing the pool table. Then how about Cloud Chaser and Flitter? They work on the weather team. You have seen them around too. Rainbow gagged at the implication. They're twin sisters. Nothing strange about them hugging each other all the time. Cloud Chaser smiled as she tenderly nuzzled her sister, relishing the warmth of Flitter's body against her own. Even in the insulated bar, the air was just a little too chilly. Her wonderful sister's presence made all that unimportant. Despite this, Flitter's usual affectionate touch felt undetermined by distraction. Is something wrong, honey cakes? Asked Cloud Chaser. It's not important, replied Flitter. She turned to reciprocate her sister's love, then rethought her decision and decided to voice her concerns. Chasey, have you ever gotten the feeling that maybe the reason we're in love is because of some powerful external force deciding that? Since attractive incestuous twin sisters is such a popular male masturbatory fantasy, our relationship would improve the appeal of our universe to some nebulous demographic? Cloud Chaser's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Actually, yes. Does it bother you, sweetie? Flitter considered the question. Well, no actually. That's good. Cloud Chaser sighed in relief. Want to make out in public? Oh, yes please. Rarity watched the two Pegasus sisters tenderly lock their lips together. They do have a unique sibling relationship. Ain't nothing wrong about loving your kin. Applejack's outburst plunged the entire group into yet another awkward silence. Applejack pulled her hat down, covering her face. I mean, it's just another thing we keep an open mind about in Ponyville. I think that's a discussion best saved for another day, said Twilight quickly, trying her best to smooth over the awkwardness. She pointed at another booth. Look, there's my old classmate Lyra. She and Bon Bon were from Canterlot too, but they moved here about a year before I arrived. Lyra, I'm not going to put on that ridiculous costume. Please, said Lyra, four hooves clasped together as she begged. It's not that weird. Bon Bon rubbed her temples. The hoof sleeves have these ridiculous bits at the end, like blunt claws. They look like tiny penises. Those are called fingers, Bonnie. Minotaurs have them too. Oh, for heaven's sake, Lyra, this crazy obsession of yours is really getting out of hoof. Bon Bon huffed and grumpily looked away. Hey, it's not crazy, okay? Humans do exist. Someday I'm gonna find the mirror from that book and... Look, tell you what. You remember that time when you made me dress up as a sexy bugbear so we could play Hunt the Prey? I'm calling that favour in right now. You wouldn't! Bon Bon blushed, visibly shrinking. Totally am. Bon Bon sighed in defeat. Fine, give me that bag. I'll put it on when we get home. Rainbow watched the two arguing ponies in the adjacent booth. They did look very close, and the way they were bickering reminded her of how her parents used to have a talk with each other. However, she wasn't so sure it meant that they were dating. But they keep calling each other best friends, she said. Rainbow, you do know that's a common Canterlot euphemism for a same-sex relationship, right? Said Twilight. Even though I grew up there, I have to admit that Canterlot is a really conservative and old-fashioned city. In fact, most of the filly full of population is slowly moving to Ponyville. Rainbow thought hard for a moment. This had to be some kind of prank. How could she have lived in Ponyville for years without noticing all the gay mares in town? Or hadn't she? Is that why there are so many mares in Ponyville? Twilight chuckled and nodded. Surely you've noticed them canoodling in the streets. I thought they were just being friendly with each other. And the occasional open-mouthed kiss in public? Asked Twilight. Really friendly with each other? Twilight face-hooped. In the very least, didn't it occur to you that maybe all those stories about Cloudkicker having casual encounters with half the town could possibly be an indicator of something? Well, duh, replied Rainbow. It was pretty much impossible to miss the many, many jokes that had been made at the weather office about Cloudkicker's promiscuity, usually involving an unflattering comparison with a seesaw. I know Cloudy is bisexual. Omnisexual, more like, muttered Twilight under her breath. Yes, that's right, but you also have to realise that she has to have a lot of mares and stones to have those encounters with. Oh, said Rainbow. It seemed obvious now that it was being pointed out to her. But why are all your examples mares? Why don't more colt cuddlers move here? Well, Twilight thought carefully, most gay stallions prefer Manhattan, probably because of the Bridal Way musicals. Rainbow cringed slightly. Isn't that just a stereotype? Let's ask an expert then, deadpanned Twilight. She stood up and shouted out to a brown-maned orange stone at the bar. Caramel! Could you tell us why so many gay stones live in Manhattan? Bridal Way musicals, he yelled back. Woo! Twilight sat back down with a self-satisfied smirk. Some stereotypes exist for a reason, you know. Rainbow gaped at the stallion. Caramel's a colt cuddler? Rarity nodded. Yes, he is, darling. One of the very few in town. You wouldn't have guessed, would you? He looks the very picture of a perfect gentle colt. Rainbow slumped in her seat. This is so much to take in all at once. She gulped as a sudden realization hit her. Wait, does that mean all of you girls are, you know? The mares all looked at each other for a few seconds, before erupting in collective laughter. Rarity was the first to recover, wiping a tear from her eye with a paper towel. Oh dear, no, Rainbow. Just because we live here doesn't mean we are all gay. Applejack and I were born in Ponyville, and we aren't moving away just because we're straight. Applejack beamed. We apples have lived here long before Ponyville became famous for filly falling, and we're right proud the town's so well known for being so progressive like. Oh, said Rainbow. What about Twilight then? She moved here from Canterlot, just like Lyra and Bonbon, because Princess Celestia ordered me to come here and oversee the Summer Sun celebration 2 years ago, explained Twilight. I made friends with all of you and wanted to stay, even if I am straight myself. She was interrupted by a fit of coughing coming from Starlight Glimmer. Twilight glanced at her pupil. Is there something you wanted to say, Starlight? Starlight smiled innocently. Oh, it's nothing. I just found what you said a little surprising, considering what happened at breakfast yesterday morning. What happened yesterday morning? Asked Twilight with genuine confusion. I don't remember anything. Oh, really? Twilight waltzed through the castle, practically spinning with delight as she wandered into the kitchen, humming a cheerful tune. Even though she seemed exceptionally light on her hooves, the eye bags and dishevelled mane indicated that she probably had yet to get any sleep. La la la. Spike and Starlight watched her prance gaily to the refrigerator and pull out a carton of orange juice. You look happy, said Spike curiously. Oh! Exclaimed Twilight, as if she hadn't noticed the two sitting down for breakfast. It's nothing. Sunset and I spent last night going through why human world physics doesn't work in Equestria. This is so exciting. If all goes well, Sunset says she might even teach me a little about... She clapped her hooves gleefully. Electrodynamics! And you've been like that every day for a month and a half now, finished Starlight. A long, playful, "Oh!" came simultaneously from the other 5 mares present. Sunset, Shimmer and I are just friends, sputtered Twilight. Starlight grinned smugly. Best friends? I don't know what you're talking about. The alicorn shrank in her seat, trying her very best to look unobtrusive. Oh, I think that you do, said Starlight, smirking. Rainbow giggled as Twilight sank onto the table and covered her head with her hooves. So, said Rainbow, addressing Starlight, if you don't mind me asking, what about you? You just moved here. Starlight rested her head on her hooves cheerfully. Me? I moved here because Twilight took me in as her student. Some student? Mumbled Twilight, still hiding under her hooves. Yes, said Starlight, still grinning. Well, I'm not gay myself, although her expression suddenly fell, and she looked guiltily down the table. When I ran my little village, I did used to discourage same-sex relationships because I wanted every pony to conform to what I thought was normal. I didn't realise how much distress I was causing to ponies like Double Diamond. I'm surprised he was willing to forgive me after everything that happened. Fluttershy pulled her close and gave her a hug. That's okay. You don't do it anymore, and that's what counts. Starlight smiled. Thanks a lot, Fluttershy. It means a lot to hear you say that. So, Rainbow sighed. I'm still the only fillyfuller in our group, I guess. Starlight coughed again, tilting her head slightly in Twilight's direction. Only open fillyfuller in the group? Actually, began Fluttershy. Still wrong, Dashy! Pinkie Pie popped up, throwing another hooful of confetti into the air. She pulled out a sign straight out of her mane and waved it above her head. On it was a bright red arrow, pointed straight down, and the colourfully printed words, Totes Bye! When did she have that sign made? Whispered Starlight to Twilight. The latter simply shrugged. Rainbow laughed. I guess that isn't really all that surprising. Uh-huh, Pinkie nodded. That's why I picked this town to move to, even though my parents' rock farm is hundreds of miles away. I'm actually quite surprised they're so tolerant, said Rarity. They sound like very traditional ponies. Pinkie didn't say anything for a while. Her back drooped a little and her entire posture slowly deflated. The girls could all sense that something was definitely wrong. Their chatter quickly ceased. I haven't told them, she said soberly. Only Maud knows. The group remained silent. Rainbow wasn't sure what to do. She didn't know enough about Pinkie's parents to say anything. The first thing that came to mind was that she should reassure Pinkie that her parents would love her no matter what, but it felt incredibly empty and presumptuous. But it was all solved when Fluttershy got up from her seat and wordlessly flew over to Pinkie before giving her a big, warm hug from behind. Fluttershy didn't have to say anything at all. Pinkie just turned her head and smiled gratefully. The rest of the girls immediately got the hint and joined in for a big group hug. The mood lightened a little after that. Applejack had the sense to call for another round of drinks, and Rainbow downed yet another cider. The girls had settled into the usual chatter and gossip, and after a few more drinks, Rainbow was feeling pretty happy. She felt a little light-headed after 4 pints, but she was absolutely sure she wasn't too far gone yet. Apparently, Applejack thought otherwise. Okay, Rainbow, I think you'd best take it easy on the drinking. Why? I feel fine. Applejack just rubbed her forehead. Look, Rainbow, I didn't want to bring this up, but there's a third reason we all knew you were gay before tonight. What? Rainbow flared up. No way! Oh, for. Applejack, if I may, said Rarity. Applejack shrugged and crossed her forehooves. Rarity smiled and continued. You see, Rainbow, it's just that when you have more than a few drinks, you start making highly inappropriate advances to other mares. Rainbow gaped. I do not. Then perhaps you might consider letting go of Fluttershy. The poor dear is looking very uncomfortable. Rainbow looked down. All wrapped up in her insistent hooves, practically pressed against the seat cushion, was a very intimidated yellow Pegasus. Rainbow Dash sobered up in a hurry. Whoa, sorry, she said, straightening up right away. I didn't even realize. See, I knew we should have told her, exclaimed Applejack. She don't even remember any of it. Twilight peered at Rainbow carefully. Are you sure you don't remember anything at all? Rainbow didn't say anything. She just sat, mortified at the thought of what exactly she couldn't recall. Oh my, Rarity said. And here we all thought you were too embarrassed to mention it afterwards. And you said we should be too polite to mention it too, said Applejack to Rarity. She plumb didn't know what she was doing at all. Okay, Twilight took a deep breath. I think we should all just be glad we caught her before she had too much this time. How bad am I usually? Rainbow squeaked. Well... Hey, cutie, you want to go search for the pot of gold at the end of this rainbow? Philly, you must be a banana, 'cause I find you appealing. Hey, we should go find the letters O, U, and T so we can make out. Rainbow, that's one of my pony queens you're attempting to come on to. Rainbow winced. Is that why we don't have alcohol at our slumber parties anymore? Oh yes, Rarity nodded. Also, you might want to note that the disclaimer, no homo, doesn't quite count after the 5th time or so you shove your tongue down a mare's throat. Oh, and while we're at it, added Applejack, you should be real glad that Cloudkicker has a strict policy against taking home a drunk mare. Rainbow stayed as sober as she could until the night was over. It hadn't been quite so bad. The girls laughed and joked and mercifully avoided bringing up her past humiliations, but it did put a distinct damper on her confidence for the rest of the evening. One by one, the girls slowly excused themselves and left the night, until it was only Rainbow and Fluttershy, alone in a nearly empty bar. Fluttershy watched her somewhat rattled friend with concern. Rainbow looked up from her long self-reflection. Hey, Flutters. Yes? Sorry about all that earlier, and for whatever else I might have done on other occasions. Fluttershy smiled beatifically. It's alright. Especially since, you're one of those ponies who I know is definitely straight. Fluttershy wasn't usually easy to read, but on this occasion she saw fit to immediately perform, right on the table, a perfect demonstration of the subtle body language maneuver colloquially known as head desking. In fact, she performed it perfectly 3 whole times. It took nearly 10 full seconds for the implications to sink into Rainbow's head. Oh my gosh! You're gay? Yes, Rainbow, said Fluttershy, her face somewhat muffled by the table in her face. I did move to Ponyville from Cloudsdale after all. I thought it was because you loved animals on the ground. Fluttershy finally peeled her face up from the table. Yes, but it was also because I am a raging filly faller. She shook the numbness out of her muzzle. Well, I'm not raging very much. I don't like being angry, and I'm not very good at filly falling either. I don't know how to talk to any mares, she softly lamented. Rainbow wasn't particularly good at discerning subtleties, but she did understand enough to figure out what Fluttershy was hinting at. So, Rainbow scooted nearer to Fluttershy. Maybe we could go over to your place? I could get a couple of bottles of cider to go, and we could, talk? Fluttershy turned towards Rainbow and smiled happily. It was a graceful yet relieved smile, made all the more stunning by Fluttershy's honestly ethereal beauty, even if it was slightly marred by the reddish bruise on her forehead. For a moment, Rainbow felt as if the sun had dawned and its light had shone right into the bar, illuminating Fluttershy's peacefully beaming face. It was the lunar Misa of bar smiles. And then she spoke. Her voice was soft, yet clear and firm. No. Huh? I said no, Rainbow. I like you a lot, but you're really scary when you get drunk. Fluttershy put one hoof on Rainbow's shoulder. And even though we know each other really well, I don't think we should start off like this. Oh, Rainbow said. Well, slowly then? Fluttershy nodded. Rainbow thought for a moment. Would you like to grab dinner at Cafe Hay tomorrow evening? Fluttershy nodded again. I would like that very much. Sportacles, 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 Sportacles. Rainbow, you are aware that Ponyville is the filly-fuller capital of a... Rainbow, you are aware that Ponyville... Rainbow, you are aware that Ponyville is the filly-fuller capital... Twilight decides to ring a call center and instantly regrets it. By Deadpan Snarker. Hello? Is any pony there? I heard the click thingy and it stopped ringing, so I thought I must be connected. Hi there. Welcome to Equine Solutions Inc., making perfect products for persnickety ponies since the ancient chaos age of Discord. That seems rather an odd fact to boast about. But anyway. Hello, my name is Twilight Sparkle and I'm calling in regards to... Please listen to the following options. If you want to report an issue with one of our high quality goods, please press 1. If you would like to know the nearest store where you can buy any of our fine market-tested items, it's 2. If you are looking to work for us at a highly competitive salary, it's 3. Oh great, I forgot there'd probably be a recorded message. Just what I need when I have a kingdom to run, a dragon to feed, and a bath running upstairs. This had better be quick. For any positive or negative feedback about your experiences with our wholesome family-run business, it's 7. And for general inquiries about anything generally, it's 8. If you wish to hear this message again, it's 9. And if you want to hang up now, it's 0. Wait a second. What's the point of allocating a specific button to hanging up, when I could simply put down the... You know what, it doesn't matter. 1. 1 please. Why you have to wait until the end of the message before you can press the button, I don't know. But at least I don't have to listen to all of that nonsensical jibber-jabber again. Hi there. Welcome to Equine Solutions Inc., making perfect products for persnickety ponies since... I pressed it! I pressed the down button. I even did it twice just to be sure. Oh, fiddlesticks. Now I have to start again from the blasted beginning. That's 2 minutes of my eternal existence I'll never get back. At least Spike can't hear me use such terrible language inside my own head. Try? Getting kinda hungry here. Yes, I know, Spike. But this phone call is kinda important, and it would be over much quicker if they'd only hire some pony competent enough to manage their overflowing menu system. Also, the forks chirpness of the "we're happy to help" voice of whichever individual they hired to record this endless list of options is a real pain in the blank. Strange. I thought you liked lists. Yes, I do, Spike, but not all lists. Just like you don't like all gems. Emeralds, for example. It's not that I hate them, but they give me gas something awful. Not very nice when you're doing your morning squats in front of the mirror. I believe the Colts and Phillies these days would describe that as TYI. Spike, why don't you just go back into the kitchen and I'll be over there in just a sec to reach up and unscrew that jar full of jewels. This won't take much longer. I've been pressing 1 repeatedly since that stupid message restarted itself. I will not be denied. Well, anyway, good luck with that. And I can undo the container myself. It's just located on a much higher place than I'm used to. Like 2 meters from ground level. Practically a mountain. Why Starlight had to reorganize the entire layout of our shelves when she moved in, I don't know. I had to give her something to be getting on with. I don't want her to get bored and relapse. Much better she establish her order on the way a room is presented than on innocent ponies confused about their cutie Oops! Shh! I think I'm finally getting somewhere with this impossible company. This may come as a surprise to you, but I can be very pushy when I need to be. Where's the surprise? Sorry, Spike, did you say something? No, I was just wondering where the pies were, in case I don't get to eat any gems today because you're spending so long on that phone. Pies? But I've never known you to eat one of them in your life. Oh, hi! Am I finally through to some pony? Because I've been standing here for the best part of 10 minutes, twirling the phone cord around my hooves like a cat's cradle, when frankly, I've got much better things to. Show me the meaning of being pony. Oh great, now I'm in a queue and forced to listen to a cheesy pop song I absolutely despise. I'm sure if I was 12 again and considerably less academically gifted, I would have fallen hard for Buck Street Stallions. But their out-of-sync, prepubescent warbling just reminds me of all the late nights I was kept awake by my less talented peers playing their lovelorn dirges until the wee small hours, when I could have been studying instead. All those ponies who swear your school days are the best days of your life. Take it from some pony who knows. They're not. Hi, thank you for holding on the line and being so patient. Your call is very important to us, and we'd just like to thank you for taking the time to contact us today. We'll be with you as soon as we can, and blah blah blah. There now follows a robotic statement rivaled only in its insincerity by its utter ingenuity. If you're going to pretend to care, at least hire somebody who seems interested and doesn't sound like he's talking through his muzzle. Seriously, just get on with it. What could be taking so long? And now, back to the music. Trot by trot, oh Philly, gonna get to your girl. In hindsight, a lot of these old songs seem a bit creepy considering the target audience, especially this one from New Colts on the Farm. I wonder if any of the parents back then even glanced at the lyrics. I'm getting sidetracked again. Just shut up already, would you? I hate this generic music, and I want to talk to some pony. Any pony. I'm sorry, miss, but I personally don't select the musical tracks that are playing whilst our valued companies are waiting in line. If you want, I can pass you straight over to our media department, where such indispensable decisions are made. Transferring you now. No! I was just shouting at the phone in anger because I've been on hold to talk to an actual living, breathing pony for the last 25 minutes. I didn't actually mean... Is that so? May I ask you, ma'am, do you often yell at inanimate objects who don't talk back? What? No, of course not. I'm a very sane, rational... Look, you're distracting me from what I rang you to talk about, which wasn't your choice in background music, and definitely was not regarding a psychological profile of my coping mechanisms. Can I please just get right to the point? Please do, miss. After all, it's what we're here for, to listen, learn, improve, and service our invaluable clientele, whose very bits are the lifeblood we survive and thrive upon. Bit dramatic, but never mind. I'm contacting you today in regards to a specialist horn polishing cream you sold me down at my local barnyard bargain shop. You see, the problem with it is... Let me stop you for a second there, man. I have never worked for, nor as far as I'm aware, has any member of my extended family ever worked for Barnyard Bargains. So it couldn't possibly be me who served you. I don't even go there for myself, as the name of the place would suggest I need bargains in order to remain financially solvent, which I assure you, under my current generous salary my wonderful company gives me, I most certainly do not require. Stop fudging the issue. I was referring to your wonderful company as a single entity, not you specifically. If you'll just let me finish, I was just about to inform you that I recently underwent a big change in my life and make a lot of public appearances for social occasions, so it's essential that I always look my best. The front of your product clearly states, and I quote, "will make your horn glimmer and sparkle." But in reality, it... Excuse me for butting in once again, but I forgot to ask you for your name. All calls are recorded for future training, education, and potential lawsuit purposes. So I need to know to whom it is I'm speaking to, so you can give your permission. May I inquire as to what it is? Oh, of course. My name is Twilight Sparkle, or Princess Twilight Sparkle if you want my full title. You see, the change I referred to earlier was regarding my transformation into an alicorn. So now my horn is bigger and sharper than ever. It's an absolute must I keep it in premium condition. Wait a second. Did you say your name is Twilight Sparkle? And one day you just so happen to turn into a princess? Yes, I do believe that's what I just told you. So, a member of the royal family uses one of our least expensive budget products, calls us themselves instead of relying on one of their hapless flunkies, and wants a refund on it when they probably got oodles of cash lying about their 50-foot castle. Now, hold on. The only part you're right about there is when you said I live in a castle. Everything else you said is just not... And your supposed name, Twilight Sparkle, is it a coincidence that you're calling us at Twilight? About a cream that's supposed to make your horn sparkle? When you put it like that, I suppose it does sound a bit odd. Here's another strange fact. I have somebody else who lives with me called Starlight Glimmer. Like it also says your product will do to my horn in your commercials. Only problem is it... Oh, right, sure. Next you'll be telling me you cohabit with a dragon, save the world from absolute destruction thrice, and this castle you live in just magically appeared one day from nothing, and it's made from indestructible crystals. Am I getting warm yet? As a matter of fact, everything you just mentioned there... Okay, Twilight Sparkle, or whatever your name is, I'm going to ask you this one time and one time only. Yes? Is this a prank call? No! I'm phoning because your wholly inadequate horn polish turned my horn green. I look absolutely ridiculous. I can't open the new Star Observatory in Ponyville looking like this. They'll think I'm a Martian. I want to know what you're going to do about it right now. Okay. I'm beginning to get the picture. Alright, if I may take one personal query, what colour is your mane and fur? Different shades of purple and lavender, if you want to be specific. Why did you need to know that? Nothing, just trying to picture you with purple fur and a green horn. I can see how that would clash quite badly, especially if you're in the habit of kissing foals and christening ships during your day-to-day routine. Okay then, Twilight Sparkle, this is what I'm going to do about your unfortunate situation. Finally! Better late than never, I suppose, seeing as I've been on this line for the best part of an hour. Come on then, I'm all ears. Have a good laugh at your expense after this phone call, that's what. If you magnify the telescope at this alleged observatory you mentioned, the size of a millionth of a grain of sand, you still wouldn't be able to locate the damn I give regarding your tragic predicament. Princess, indeed. Go bother other more gullible ponies about your made-up problems, because I've got better things to do. Thank you for utterly wasting my time, and please don't call again. A very irate Twilight Sparkle, turquoise horn and all, realised she'd been abruptly cut off. A few seconds before, a glass jar could be heard shattering in the background as an increasingly impatient Spike tried and failed to reach his precious jewels by balancing himself precariously on the edge of a wobbly chair, quickly followed by a veritable tsunami of water cascading down the stairs, caused by an unattended bathtub that had now flooded most of the second floor. Forgot about that from way back in the 5th paragraph, did you? Don't feel too bad. So did Twilight. It never rains, but it pours sometimes, literally in this case. But Twilight wasn't about to let this go. For as much as she could be classified as a benevolent, generous, selfless leader, she did have a breaking point. Hear that loud snapping noise? The mad cackling? See her left eyelid twitching? You know what they say about the nice ones. Another, less well-known phrase, mainly because there's not too many of them around, is never seriously tick off an alicorn. Uh-oh. Much further afield in the busy office blocks of Manhattan, it had been a good day on the phones for Big Hustle. He'd managed to avoid distributing at least a dozen refunds for clearly faulty products, including to some old geriatric mare whose alleged wrinkle remover had made her face resemble that of a century-old tortoise. Given a rude prankster both barrels straight to the jugular and even pocketed a loose bit of change a careless colt had dropped on his way back to the jungle gym. If I keep up the exceptional graft for the rest of the week, the boss said I may get the key to my own exclusive washroom. He mused confidently later on at home, blowing out his candle before getting into bed. Just think of it. Private showers, checkered floor, soap dispensers that actually work, and I'll no longer have to put up with shady deals telling me all about his new swimming pool in the opposite cubicle. He can lord it up all he wants, but I'll be the one who makes vice president before... Huh? Who's that banging on my door at this late hour? He swiftly grabbed a lantern and put on his best polyester dressing gown before going to see who it was. Who are you four weirdos in cheap fancy dress? And why are you bothering me in the middle of the night for candy? It's a bit early for Nightmare Night, isn't it? I can assure you, sir, this armor is not fancy dress, but our official palace uniforms. And we're not here for candy, but for you. Please step forward. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Hang on, you can't just... Hey, what are those hoof cuffs for? Where are you dragging me off to, with all the neighbours watching? And what's with those sharp spears? Needless to say, by flagrantly trying to resist arrest, he soon got to the point. Looks like it was the hard way after all. Ouch! Author's note. Yes, I did write this because I had a very bad experience relating to one of these cool lines today. No, this is not a bizarre way at all for me to let out my latent frustrations. I've already headbutted the wall, punched a cushion, and jumped up and down screaming at the top of my voice. So I thought this might be good as an alternative kind of therapy. Did it help? A bit. Hope you found my pain amusing. After all, someone's got to. Till next time then. Show me the meaning of being pony. Trot by trot, oh filly, gonna get ya girl. If you magnify the telescope at this alleged observatory you mentioned, the size of a millionth... What? He'd managed to avoid I know you're there. By 8-bit.
Hello? Is this working?
We is just 9 weeks and a lick less than This. Is that working now? Okay. Phew, sorry about that. Just a little smidge of temporal interference in the conscious matrix protector. It's a finicky component. Sometimes it needs a little... kickstart. Don't worry about that beeping sound. It's supposed to do that. And, please try to ignore that burning smell. It's probably fine. Right, we'll make a start. Since all my readings are looking stable-ish, so if I've done this right, I should be directly addressing you now, as in I'm talking specifically to you, which, yeah, sounds weird for me to finally say out loud. Very weird. I mean, by all logical reasoning, this is an impossibility. But at least after an entire lifetime, here I am, talking to you. It really is fascinating. All these years, you've had windows into my world of all shapes and sizes. I never saw them, at least not at first. But I could always feel them. Not to dig too deeply into the Pinkie Pie vernacular, but after some time I learned to develop my own pseudo-Pinkie sense that, well, told me you were watching. Yes, you. I know. This is some kind of unusual plot device giving the illusion that the one and only Princess Twilight Sparkle is addressing me and me alone. Okay, believe that if you want. It might be a more palatable option than the alternative. The alternative, of course, being what's true. And honestly, I'm not really all that concerned if you'd rather believe the former. Maybe the truth is outside what you'll accept as reality. But either way, please permit me to speak my mind. Firstly though, I am a princess. It wouldn't do to forget myself or my manners. It's nice to finally meet you. My name is Princess Twilight Sparkle, but if you are who I think you are, you already know that.
Oh, I could fill a dozen books of what I suspect you know about me in my world.
There's one thing I'd like to know though.
Might I ask, what's your name? Well, that's disappointing. All these years of work and...
Ow!
No, that's not gonna... work. I worked so hard on this and... Yow! No!
Deep breath, Twilight old mare, deep breath. Sorry, that wasn't exactly very princess-y of me. Certainly a side of me that very few ponies ever get to see. Then again, you've seen me at my highest and at my lowest, so there's really no point trying to hide anything from you, is there? That was a rhetorical question, so don't feel the need to answer that, though it seems this conversation is going to be rather one-sided. I'm not sure what I've done wrong on my side, but it looks more like vocal communication is limited to one way. That way being from here to there, just like, as far as I can tell, it always has been. Well, I guess you're probably wondering what's going on, so let's start with addressing that. You see, the notion of your presence has always been there, lingering in the back of my mind like a nagging voice, even more nagging than Spike trying to get me to go to bed when I was hours deep into a midnight study session. Long before my ascension to princesshood, there were moments every now and then where I felt a strange sensation, like some pony was observing me from a long way away. These moments are only obvious with the gift of hindsight, of course. I was young, headstrong, and too stubborn to admit it. After all, there's no scientific basis to gut feelings. And though I did expand my worldview after the Pinkie sense incident, I guess it's still something I was reluctant to admit to myself. I knew when it was gone though. Every time it was like, oh, what was that analogy I came up with the other day? I thought it was pretty insightful. Oh, that was it. You know when you're feeling sick, okay? headache, stomach pains, overbearing in-laws, etc. And you're just desperate for it to be over. Eventually, as much as you just want the pain to stop, you sort of become accustomed to its presence. It's still there, and it's still very much wearing you out, but you're just at the point where you're dealing with it, and then when it's finally over, you get a real strong feeling of the empty place the pain leaves behind. Well, that's what it always felt like. The presence was hard to get a read on, but when the presence left, its absence was impossible to miss. At the time, I brushed it off as paranoia or the result of an overactive imagination. I was always distracted with more serious matters, it seemed, and that's when I realized the presence, it never showed up for the slow days. Not once when I was doing inventory reconciliation at the library, nor when it was laundry day, and especially not during my 7-hour meeting at Ponyville Town Hall to discuss belated planning permissions for the magical castle that sprouted out of the ground in some pony's garden. However, as time passed and I grew accustomed to my new role and responsibilities as a princess, those fleeting moments of awareness became more pronounced. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing me to glimpse the truth that had been hiding in plain sight all along, that windows into my world were being opened. At crucial moments in my life, and the lives of my friends, your presence was never a figment of my imagination. It was an intrusion into my existence I had been dimly aware of, but couldn't quite comprehend. Now, I'm really skipping over the bulk of the facts here, coming to this conclusion. Well, let's just say it didn't happen overnight, and it really was not an easy idea to come to terms with. Hey, Twilight? Yes, Twilight. Just so you know, your entire perception of reality as we know it is wrong. Oh wow, are you serious? Yes, very serious. There are strangers tearing holes in the universe to watch you solve friendship problems. Really? Awesome, thank you for that new and plausible information, Twilight. You're welcome, Twilight. Yeah, you see how that might be a difficult notion to wrap your head around, but you know, if you eliminate the impossible, whatever option remains, however improbable, must be the truth, which may not exactly be the most satisfying answer on this. Well, I guess I could try to tell you my entire thought process, but we'd be here for a long time. So, for the sake of my time and your patience, let's move along. I don't think this machine would run for long enough anyway. Having reluctantly accepted this improbable truth to my reality, I couldn't help but entertain the thought that perhaps your presence was not entirely benign. Be honest, you came to conclusion that some pony is watching you from across space-time. Your first thought isn't going to be, oh, they probably want to hear my thoughts on crochet. Although, for all I know, you got that spiel from Rarity or Fluttershy, or both. They did have weekend crochet lessons where they... Sorry, that would be a long tangent. Back on topic. I couldn't shake the feeling that the eyes watching me from the other side of the proverbial window might harbour ill intentions. What if they were not merely observers, but agents of some unknown force? I mean, by that point we'd already dealt with Nightmare Moon, Discord, Chrysalis, and an army of changelings, Sombra, Tirek, Starlight Glimmer, and the Union of Librarians. Although, I don't think you saw that last one. I don't remember sensing your observation, which is probably for the best. It took months of recovery and intensive therapy for me and my friends to come to terms with that ordeal. With all these threats dealt with and Equestria's safety assured again and again, I had plenty of time to think over what this silent observer might be doing with the information they gather. What might they be plotting and scheming behind the scenes? What if their gaze held not admiration, but scrutiny and judgment? The idea sent a shiver down my spine every single time. What if they were watching every victory we had over the enemies of our lands to formulate a winning tactic that could ensure our downfall? And so I I just sort of looked back. I've always been a studious pony, and studying includes observing, analysing, and understanding everything around me. It's part of who I am, a natural thirst to seek out the new and exciting, with the stronger sense of what to look for when this presence came around again. I slowly started to reach out, to pierce the veil as it were, which is when I realised that these windows were, in fact, windows. Because I was able to look back through, and for the first time ever I was able to realise, well, there you were. Looking back wasn't the hard part. Magical principles are difficult to convey to a creature like yourself who, contrary to what I expected by your ability to glance across dimensions, are unable to wield magical power of their own. To put it in a way you could understand, it was just a case of waiting for the window to appear, then using my magical senses like an extra limb, reach out and find the edges. Once that was done, it was just a case of finding the center and sort of pushing back. In fact, I was surprised to find just how easy it was. What was the hard part? Doing this without arousing suspicion from my friends around me, or in a way that you'd notice. After all, on the off chance that you were an enemy of Equestria, I couldn't let you know I was onto you, now could I? And every pony around me would probably call me crazy for trying. So yeah, then I saw you, for the very first time, years and years after the first vague sense that you had been watching me. All that time, the feeling of your observance had deepened, and stirred terrible thoughts in my head of what horrendous wrath you could be plotting to bring down upon the world I call my own. And those feelings, the moment I first saw you, well, they vanished. You are no enemy, no warlord, seeking to wreak power over my home, no villain with cruel intent. You're not even anything malicious, you're just you. Somebody looking out across the cosmos to glance upon a different world. Why? Curiosity, plain and simple. This was a big relief to me, I have to admit. That being said though, it is a violation of my autonomy, and that's a breach of trust that cuts deep. I've spent years cultivating my friendships, building bonds of trust and understanding with those closest to me, and yet here I am, and have been exposed and vulnerable to the whims of an unseen observer. It was a bitter pill to swallow, a harsh reminder that even as a princess I'm not immune to the intrusions of others. And yet, I've always been curious about other cultures, other worlds beyond Equestria's borders. If I stopped and thought for a moment that I could observe them without their knowledge, would I be tempted to do so? The answer, I realize with a hint of chagrin, is yes. Despite my principles of respecting others' privacy, the allure of knowledge, of understanding the unknown, is a powerful force. Does this make me a hypocrite? Well, I suppose every rose has its thorn, even a princess. To quote an old song I once sang with my best friends, none of us claim to be perfect.
And even when the storm was closing in, we found the strength deep down within. Cause none of us claim to be perfect, we're just doing our best in this whirlwind. When our fall was no, we never were, but side by side our hearts endure. Through highs and lows we'll always see that being true is what sets us free. None of us claim to be perfect, but together we're more than enough.
To add to that as well, I vaguely recognize your kind, from the time I spent in a world of humans, spent as a human I might add, but I think you already knew about that particular escapade because, that window of yours is pretty convenient, isn't it? Only this human world, it wasn't your world. It's hard to explain, and I can make a total guess based on what I know of the multiverse theory, but this was the human parallel of my world, in which every occupant had a counterpart on either side of the magical mirror used to jump between the two, and these two separate worlds exist independently of your world, which to my best guess lacks the unity of cross-species doppelgangers. Confused? Sorry, and to be honest, I am too. It's complete guesswork on my part, based on almost no evidence, which wouldn't really hold up under scientific scrutiny. But then again, I don't think any of this would. With the revelation that you really do mean no harm, either directly or indirectly, a sense of empathy washed over me. I really couldn't maintain any delusions of indignation after that. Not if your intentions were purely driven by curiosity, just as mine would be in your position. So, no hard feelings. After all, forgiveness is a cornerstone of friendship. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that understanding begins with empathy. So to you, the unseen observer who has been watching me all this time, I offer this olive branch. You know, it's funny. The more time goes by, and the more I reflect on my life, I realize just how much smarter Pinkie Pie was than any pony ever gave her credit for. Her antics always seemed to dance along the edge of reality and imagination. Moments where every pony, myself included, brushed her off under the belief that she was simply talking to herself in her quirky, random way. Well, I can now see what was really happening. She knew you were there the whole time, and she was talking to you in her own irrepressible way. She threw herself into embracing the essence of our interconnected realities. The magic of friendship ran deep through the very core of who she was, and she made every effort to extend a welcoming hoop of friendship to you. I hope you can appreciate what I failed to understand at the time. Pinkie Pie, I miss her so much, and Rarity, and Fluttershy, Applejack, Rainbow Dash, Starlight Glimmer. I'm privileged to have been able to call these ponies my friends. If they were here now, though I would struggle to get a word in edgeways, I just know that there'd be more hooves of friendship extended your way. I miss them all so much. Time is passing quickly now, quicker than it ever seemed to. It only feels like yesterday when I first took Luster Dawn under my wing as my personal student. But now her great-great-grandcolt is proving himself most adept in this beginner transmutation course. He's a natural talent, just like she was, just like I was. I sense something very special in him. Which, well, brings me to today. The windows between realities, they haven't opened in decades. Some time ago, I set my sights upon the task of opening one myself, even if for the last time. It was no simple feat. That much I can say, and required as much of my engineering prowess as it did my significant magical ability. It's quite a nifty machine I've put together here, but it's already been running longer than I expected and...
Ow! That's not good. Judging by the fact that the heat sink is
starting to glow orange
and yes, I might have just burned my hoof on one of the thermal cupolas. No, we don't have much time left.
Before we part ways, for what I suspect will be the final time, I do have one teeny tiny confession to make. You see, I worked out quite early on when I was building this machine that merely constructing the window wasn't going to be enough. For whatever reason, the onus on allowing the window to open falls on your side of the dimensional barrier. So I formulated a plan, and sorry, in advance of what I'm about to tell you. The completion of my machine allowed me to protect my magic from my world into yours, and, well, manipulate you into opening the window under the guise of your own free will. Sorry again. In your mind, the idea of, oh, that looks like it might make for an interesting story, I think I'll give that a go. might have felt like your own volition, but yeah, that was me, poking around and pressing the right buttons to lead you here for the third time. Sorry, but it worked, right? And might I add, you had been watching me for years before I even became close to being aware of the exact nature of what was really happening. So I kind of think that the two acts cancel each other out in terms of you did this to me versus I did this to you. I think we can call things even, don't you? I really don't like the way the cooling fan on my machine is rattling. So I think we can just cut to the chase now. The reason I brought you here was to say thank you. Even though I spent so long being uncertain of the true meaning of your presence, you were a constant during the most eventful times of my life, when Equestria was in peril again and again and again. Everything seemed to work out in the end, and it feels to me like it's because you were there watching me. There were dark days, yeah, that's an understatement, but things always worked out in the end. And eventually, the fact that you were there watching me gave me the reassurance to carry on. When the Storm King robbed all Equestria of its magic, I knew things would be okay if I kept fighting. When Stygian's very being was held fast by the pony of shadows, I had the courage to persevere. When Chancellor Naysay tried to drown me in more bureaucracy than the average pony can withstand, I filled out the necessary paperwork in triplicate. And when the incident with Grogar's bell, you know what, I think you get the idea. Now, please take this praise in moderation. Ultimately, it was the bonds of friendship I had forged over time that proved to be our greatest strength against the evildoers who threatened to tear up everything I held dear. But knowing, deep down, that observers outside our reality were watching keenly and counting on us to succeed, well, the effort was indisputably our own, but it was a comforting presence, like when me and the girls would cheer on Rainbow Dash at her flying events. Yes, it was her abilities that filled our trophy cabinet, but she admittedly, quietly, on almost every occasion that having our support was immensely helpful in alleviating some pressure. So, yeah, that's about all I have to say. It's weird because honestly, I don't know what happens now. For longer than I can remember, I lived in a world that you were watching. My goal to open this line of communication one last time has been achieved, and I can say wholeheartedly that I have no idea what happens next. It's an existential question that's bugged me for a while. What is there for me now that this purpose has been expended? I guess that's for me to find out. Hey, I've definitely faced worse. When this window closes, it will close for good, and I sincerely wish you all the best. Whatever lessons you sought from glimpsing my world, I hope you learned them. So, to you who has journeyed alongside me through triumphs and trials alike, I offer one final farewell. Though our paths might never cross again, know that your presence will always hold a special place in my heart,
and your absence will be felt strongly. Goodbye, old friend.
our story
Now, and for what it's worth, I hope it was a good one.
I hear your voice through distant skies, a shadowed whisper unseen as you've been watching, but I've always known a presence felt though I'm alone. In every battle, every trial I faced, you were there, a quiet embrace. But now I see you're not just a dream, you've shaped the world more than it seems. I know you're there just out of sight, a guiding star in the darkest night. You see my my struggles, felt my pain. Through every storm, through every rain. And though we've never met before, I feel your hand, I know there's more. You gave me strength when I despair. I know you're there, I know you've cared. Struggles, felt my pain. Through every storm, through every rain. And though we've never met before, I feel your hand, I know there's more. You gave me strength when I despair. I know you're there, I know you've cared. And though I can't touch your hand, I feel the threads of what you've planned. A window open, a world revealed, a bond between us that can't be sealed. But now at last I speak your name, not just to watch her in again. In the quiet moments late at night, I sense your presence in the fading light. You've traveled far but stayed so near, a faithful soul throughout my years. As the final curtain starts to fall, I'm grateful that you answered the call. We shared a story, you and I. Now it's time to say goodbye. Troubles, felt my pain. Through every storm, through every rain. And though we never met before, I feel your hand, I know there's more. You gave me strength when I despair. I know you're there, I know you've cared. Our story ends, but you
We've stumbled down some broken roads. With every step we learned and we've grown. No crown too high, no task too small, but through it all, we've hit a wall. And even when the storm was closing in, we found the strength deep down within. Cause none of us claim to be perfect, we're just doing our best in this whirlwind. When our fall was no, we never were, but side by side our hearts endure. Through highs and lows we'll always see that being true is what sets us free. None of us claim to be perfect, Birdie's grace, Applejack's might, Fluttershy's kindness shining bright, Rainbow's courage, Pinky's cheer, and through it all, we're always here. We face the trials, we chase the skies, with laughter and love, no need for disguise, 'cause none of us claim to be perfect, but we lift each other with every stride. We're not flawless, no we never were, but side by side our hearts endure. Through highs and lows we'll always see that being true is what sets us free. None of us claim to be perfect, but together we're more than enough. When the world's too big, we'll find a way. With friendship guiding us, we'll never stray. Mistakes we make are part of the climb, and through it all we stand the test of time. We're not flawless, no we never were, but side by side our hearts endure. Through highs and lows we'll always see that being true is what sets us free. None of us claim to be perfect, but together we're more than enough. None of us claim to be perfect, but we are perfect just as we are.
It's the Mr. Tony Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Bonnie and Easy Lungo is Miss Tony, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.
Be Gay, Do Crime by Shakespeare Eccles. 'Twas the day before hearthwarming, and all through the farmhouse several creatures were stirring, not the least of which was Applejack running around trying to get everything ready in time, stretching and reaching to try to get the decorations hung. Why wasn't Big Mac doing this part? Applejack wondered. Instead, he was in the kitchen setting off the smoke alarm with his baking, with his new wife Sugarbell, of course, and her endless encouragement. Meanwhile, Apple Bloom was being the opposite of helpful, setting up traps to catch Santa paws, mostly ensnaring Applejack as she tried to work. There came a knock at the front door of the farmhouse. Granny Smith was by far the closest, but Applejack got to the door much sooner. She opened the door and was greeted by Princess Celestia. Applejack balked and took off her hat. Now, Applejack, Celestia chided. You needn't use that title for me any longer now that I'm retired. Even so, what brings you round these parts? She asked. Well, I know it's last minute, but I actually need help getting a gift for someone very dear to me. Oh, that's easy, Applejack said. Just get Trial out a book. Celestia chuckled. I already have, actually, but I was referring to my sister. Luna? Applejack asked. Celestia nodded. Well, shucks, I can't say I know her very well to be of much help. Really, you would know better than any pony else. Celestia sighed. I know, every pony else has told me the same thing, but I'm afraid I'm at my wit's end. Ever since she has returned from her exile, she has always felt this sense of guilt from being saved as Nightmare Moon. And it seems like no matter what I do or say doesn't help erase that guilt. But we helped her defeat her Tantabus, Applejack said. Yes, I heard, Celestia said. You saved her from herself twice over, and I've never been able to make up to her for my own failing to do so 1,000 years ago. The rocking chair behind Applejack squeaked. I've got an idea, Granny Smith said. Applejack, let the others know I'm going out for a bit. Sure, Granny, Applejack said. Not to be rude, Celestia, but I still have a lot of other work to do. Granny Smith hobbled up out of her rocking chair and scooted on squeaky wheels across the floor with her walker. "We'll be needing to head back to Canterlot. Is Luna there?" "No, she's still back in Silver Shoals," Celestia answered. "Ha! Perfect," Granny cackled. "Come on now, we got a lot to do before tonight." "Why? What are you going to do tonight?" Celestia asked. "The same thing I've wanted to do every night, dear. Try to take over the world." The former princess of the night, Luna, sat at the poolside cabana bar in the tropical resort of Silver Shoals. It was a great place to retire, as it was one of those places where it was very easy to lose track of time. Save for the procession of the sun across the sky, both that and the moon were no longer of any concern to her or her sister. Well in hoof of the new princess of Equestria, Twilight sparkled. It felt like she had been sitting under that bar canopy for hours, but the small shadows of the midday sun hadn't budged an inch on the ground. It was most curious. Perhaps she'd had too many of these banana daiquiris that her sister was so fond of. Speaking of, she hadn't seen her all day. They were due to meet up for an early dinner. "Barkeep," she asked, "have you the time?" The bartender sweated nervously. "Don't ask if she has the energy. Don't ask if she has the energy. Yes, let me just check my watch." He dug through the pocket of his side bag. He looked at the watch, made a weird face, and leaned out from under the awning to look at the sun. And then looked at the watch again, listening to it, to see if it was still ticking. "I'm sorry, but my watch must be off. It says it's 5. Luna chuckled. "I'm sure it's happy hour somewhere," she said. "It feels like it's 5. She paid her tab and headed back to the campus quad. Strangely, the clock there said it was 5 as well, yet the sun was still fixed in the sky at high noon. Luna chuckled at the odd coincidence. It was the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. How poetic would it be if Celestia chose this day to... Luna's blood ran cold. Surely she wouldn't. A crowd of concerned ponies assembled outside of Canterlot Castle, awaiting explanation as to why it was still midday. The castle doors opened and an imposing figure strode out onto the large stage. The colourful mane that once waved from her white burr was replaced with billowing flames. She held the limp body of Princess Twilight Sparkle in her magic.
"Your princess is dead!"
Daybreaker bellowed in her full Canterlot voice.
"Long live the Queen! Daybreaker!"
Granny Smith slowly shuffled out onto the stage with her walker. "You heard the Queen, you little whippersnappers. Now plant your jib-jabbers on the ground and get to groveling." The ponies all fell to the ground and bowed in cowering deference. Daybreaker released Twilight's body, letting it fall onto the stage in a heap. "Oh," Twilight groaned quietly as she could. Granny continued. "The first new law is the floor is lava. Any pony caught on the ground will be sentenced to 1,000,000 years dungeon." Ponies scrambled like toddlers, fighting for some standing space on chairs or tables. Some climbed up lampposts or small trees. The few unicorns left on the ground, suddenly feeling not so superior, looked to the Pegasi hovering in the air above them and cried for help, and the Pegasi just looked down at them and whispered, "No." "Daybreaker is coming for ya," Granny hollered. A few left on the ground scattered and ran as fast as they could, leaving the ground of the courtyard cleared. Granny Smith looked at Daybreaker and grinned. Gotta make 'em fear ya. Daybreaker threw the podium into the air and obliterated it with her blast of her magic, sending the remaining ponies running, even if it meant being on the ground, leaving just Granny, the new queen, and the dead princess. Daybreaker picked up her trophy and carried it back inside the castle to drop off in her bedchambers. Granny whispered to Twilight Sparkle, "Did you get a message to Applejack and the rest of your friends?" Twilight nodded. She could smell the cantaloupe wine on Granny's breath as she spoke. "You'll just stay out of sight till Luna gets here." "It's going to take them time to get here," Twilight whispered back. "And for the news to spread to Luna." "I think we can help speed that along," Granny said.
How do we do that?
Daybreaker asked. "Big, eh? Do crime," Granny said, quickly kissing Daybreaker. "Now let's get some wheels."
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
A pair of terrified royal guards pulled the two elderly mares through Canterlot. "This one," Granny said, pointing at a random home. Daybreaker jumped out in front of the chariot, rang the doorbell, and then ran back to the chariot, speeding away just before a pony could answer the door. Granny Smith laughed louder than she had in decades. "Oh, pull in here." The guards obeyed.
Welcome to Hayroady, King. How may I take your order?
The voice said through the speaker. Granny cleared her throat. "Let me get 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda."
Hungry?
Daybreaker asked. "World domination gave me an appetite," Granny said. They pulled up to the window. The colt making minimum wage had seen so much already in his young life, working at the Canterlot Hayburger King trot through. He didn't even blink when he saw Daybreaker in a chariot. He passed the bags of food to Granny Smith. "That'll be 55 bits, he said. "Go, go, go!" Granny shrieked. The chariot sped away from the restaurant. Granny cackled and unwrapped her hayburger. "Here, you want one?" Granny asked. "Oh, I really shouldn't," Daybreaker said. "My posterior has become something of a running joke at the retirement centre." "Sounds like something a little bitch would say," Granny laughed. "If cholesterol is what kills you, I call that a win." "It just might, Granny Smith," Daybreaker said. "I might go into a body bag, but never in cuffs," Granny hollered. "Gangsters for life." She nearly choked on her food in excitement. "There! Let's eat right over there." The chariot pulled to a stop in front of the Canterlot gym. Granny and Daybreaker sat outside the front window and ate fast food in front of the pudgy ponies on the treadmills inside.
This isn't really illegal.
Daybreaker said.
This is just mean. These poor ponies in there are trying to better themselves.
"We're villains," Granny said, finishing her burger. She crumpled up the wrapper and threw it on the ground. "Littering kicks ass." "Do you think we've terrorized the city enough?" Daybreaker asked. "Luna should be arriving soon." "All right then," Granny grumbled, climbing back into the chariot with her. "Think fast, young'uns," Granny yelled as she threw the rest of her soda, splattering it against the window.
I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would.
Back at the castle, Twilight and her friends waited in the Canterlot throne room with Cadence in shining armour. "This had better be worth it," Cadence said. "You have no idea how hard it is to find a foal sitter on such short notice." The throne room opened and Granny Smith shuffled inside with her squeaky walker. "We're back, bitches!" Applejack covered her face with her hooves. "Granny, have you been drinking? Have you been eating? Apple snack?" Granny cackled. Daybreaker walked into the throne room after her. Whoa! The others gasped, seeing Celestia in this form. Did you bring the party favours? Granny asked Pinky. Pinky nodded and held up a large box of balloons filled with raspberry syrup. Alright, every pony takes them. It's time to redecorate. Luna made all haste to Canterlot Castle. She stormed through the throne room doors, but she found that she was too late. Princess Twilight and her friends laid motionless, strewn across the floor. Even Shining Armour and Cadence were among them, all of them drenched in crimson. The floor and walls were splattered with it. On the throne room sat Luna's worst fear, Daybreaker, in her full fury, her flaming mane billowing all around her. What hast thou done? Luna cried with tears in her eyes. That which thou canst not undo. Granny Smith cackled as she shuffled out from behind the throne. Thou hast undone our sister, Luna cried. Granny Smith licked her lips. I have done thy sister. Daybreaker cringed and felt her hay burger come back up in her mouth a little, catching her off guard. Villain! Luna shrieked, launching a bolt of magic at Granny. Daybreaker wasn't ready with her shield. Luna's attack found its mark. Granny Smith was sent sprawling onto the floor. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Oh, crap! Daybreaker turned and knelt down beside Granny Smith as the other ponies stopped playing dead and rushed over to Granny as well, much to Luna's confusion.
Granny? Granny?
Daybreaker cried. Granny Smith tapped her chest with her hoof. For life. Daybreaker's form shimmered and she turned back into Celestia. I'm so confused, Luna said. Twilight looked at every pony nervously and back at Luna. You saved Celestia from being Daybreaker and miraculously brought us all back to life. So I guess that makes us even, Celestia said. No need to feel guilty anymore. Happy hearts warming? Granny, please don't die, Applejack cried. Every pony dies, Granny said, looking over at Celestia. Not every pony truly lives. She looked back at her granddaughter. Applejack, you tell your foes I died of ligma. Granny, what's ligma? Granny Smith waved her closer. She whispered into Applejack's ear so softly that no pony else could hear her. Granny let out one last chuckle and then she was gone. What did she say? Celestia asked. Applejack pursed her lips into a thin line. I ain't repeating it.
Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Author's note.
And that's the story of how your great Granny Smith died on a hearth-warming crime spree, taking over the world with Daybreaker.
Big Mac said to Lil Mac, sitting on his lap.
Wow, she sounded awesome. Yup.
Now plant your jibber jabbers on the ground and get to groveling. Every pony dies.
And that's the story of how your great Granny Smith died on hearths warming.
Okay. Sweetie Chess Zero by Samey90. The 55th annual Ponyville Chess Championship was an unusual one. Many years later, the book on the history of this famed tournament mentioned that this was the only time in its history when among its participants were both one of the most infamous villains in the history of Equestria and one of the first pony-shaped machines fitted with the latest feat of arcane techno-magic artificial intelligence. The more academically honest histories put scare quotes around intelligence. Many ponies called these beings robots, though not one knew how this word found its way to the pony language. Moondancer, one of the pioneers of high-energy magic, suspected this was somehow Discord's fault. In what seemed like an amazing coincidence, but was in fact a natural quirk of the Swiss system tournament, now the fact that ponies call it Swiss was definitely Discord's fault. The villainous Billy and Ponyville's first robot ended up playing each other in the first round. The diodes in Sweetie Bot's eyes lit up, forming the hourglass shape as she looked at the chessboard, where Cozy Glow had just put her pawn on the E4 square. Sweetie pondered the 8x8 grid in front of her, scanning the position of each piece, as well as their movement range, special moves, vital statistics, and equipment. The hard disk's word, and Sweetie remembered that she was supposed to download the opening book before the tournament, but all she got was the user manual of a can opener, a short file titled Winning with the Bong Cloud, and an expensive picture of an ugly ape. Eventually she replied by placing her pawn to E5 and awaited the inevitable king move. However, Cozy Glow picked up her queen and put it on H5. Sweetie's CPU lit up with electricity. She realised G6 wouldn't work as the queen would take her pawn on E5 with check and win the rook, which right now stood uselessly in the corner. But Sweetie thought it could be useful later. She spent a few minutes pondering the options. Why would her opponent play such an illogical move, moving the queen so recklessly? Sweetie put her knight on C6, defending the pawn. Cozy immediately replied by putting her bishop on C4. Sweetie looked at the square, and for some reason her programming sharply reminded her that she was not supposed to promote illegal or dangerous activities, and thus she couldn't provide information on how to make explosives. Sweetie groaned. Scootaloo once told her that she was afraid that she'd accidentally make Semtex while cooking with her aunts and asked how to avoid making it. Sweetie told her exactly what not to do, but Scootaloo still accidentally made Semtex, which ended in royal guards visiting her house and Sweetie spending a sleepless night downloading important updates and bug fixes. Suddenly she realised that she could now develop a piece while attacking Cozy's queen and forcing it to retreat. She smiled and put her knight on F6, looking triumphantly at her opponent. To her surprise, Cozy took the pawn on F6 with her queen.
Checkmate.
She said.
Get good, Buckethead.
Sweetie frowned, looking at the board. This couldn't be! Cozy left the board, but Sweetie stayed in her seat, her programming kicking in. The disk's word and the fan started to spin. She realised that she now had one aim, to learn how to play chess. And Sweetie Bot was a damn fast learner. Sweetie looked at the chessboard. She was in her room, which was now filled with diagrams, books and suspicious smelling flash drives. Sweetie moved a pawn 2 squares forward and looked at the resulting position. Control the centre. Develop your pieces. Bring the king to safety. She moved the black pawn 1 square forward. French defence, she said to herself, moving the C pawn 2 squares forward, and then started to move the pieces on both sides, prancing from one side of the board to the other. Soon the position was a complete mess and Sweetie dropped on the floor. error messages flashing before her eyes. Reviewing the game in her head, she realized that she had made several illegal moves and that her whole idea was crazy and only worked because black was equally bad. She checked some books and then downloaded some new updates. Groaning and sighing, Sweetie's modem was located just below her sternum, where a biological filly's uterus would have been, and spending several hours downloading updates left her overheated and crampy, not unlike how Scootaloo or Applebloom described their periods. Unfortunately, Sweetie's update schedule was more often than monthly. Finally, she played another game against herself. This one was slightly better. Sweetie got rid of almost all of the black's pieces, only to find out that she couldn't checkmate the king with just a rook. No matter what she did, the pesky piece just kept escaping. She drank another can of oil and started to ponder about the intricacies of checkmating the king with the rook. Several hours passed. Rarity was now snoring in her bedroom, and checkmating with a rook was no longer a problem for Sweetie. In fact, she mastered rook endgames in about 2 hours, then moved on to minor pieces. She kept playing games against herself. There were thousands of them in her memory bank now, and she learned something new with each of them. She drew a long endgame with bishops of opposite colours, mainly because both the Sweetie bot playing with white and the Sweetie bot playing with black were too proud to admit that it was a draw, even though they saw it coming from miles away. By morning, Sweetie realised that all the endgames with 7 or less pieces on the board were solved, and that she knew how to win or draw any of them. She started to open games by moving her knight to f3, since it was played in almost every opening. She could as well do it first. She also kept studying the middle game, intending to take her opponent to a deep, dark forest where 2 plus 2 was 5. The path leading out was only wide enough for 1, and Monte Carlo Tree Search turned into Monte Carlo Kudzu. In the morning, Rarity knocked on the door, realizing that her robotic sister was oddly quiet and no adults had complained about her antics in town for nearly 12 hours. "Are you okay, Sweetie?" she asked.
Queen Endgames.
Sweetie replied, pouring herself a tall glass of battery acid.
How can this be a forced draw in 46 moves?
"Did you catch a virus again?" Rarity asked, glaring at the flash drives.
Nah, I'm fine.
Sweetie said, shuffling the pieces across the board.
I'm just playing a game.
Rarity looked at the board. "With whom?"
Myself.
Sweetie Bot put a black rook on the second rank and smiled at her imaginary opponent.
I think I just refuted Queen's Gambit.
"Can't you just go out and play with Applebloom or Scootaloo?"
They wouldn't understand the intricacies of this position.
Sweetie put the pieces back on their starting squares. "I just played 10,000 games against myself." Rarity shrugged and went downstairs, leaving Sweetie Belle to her own devices. Soon the artificial filly realised that she just refuted all the openings named after animals. For a while, the hippo stayed undefeated, as Sweetie struggled in closed positions with no obvious targets. However, a few hours later, this was no longer the issue. Hippo, orangutan, pterodactyl, whale, walrus, rat, hedgehog, and all the other animals had no secrets for her. She cut off all 3 axes of attack of the Hydra Gambit. She started to play faster. Soon, thinking coolant was no longer enough, when Rarity came back to her room a few hours later, she found herself surrounded by industrial fans spinning at their highest settings. "Are you well?" Rarity asked. "Did you fry your CPU again?"
I'm learning to play chess.
Sweetie replied, staring at the empty board. "You're not moving any pieces," Rarity said.
I have transcended beyond moving pieces.
Sweetie's gaze was focused on the board.
I have to move fast, but pieces too slow.
Rarity frowned. "I'll schedule the dictionary upgrade." Sweetie nodded.
Forced mate in 300 moves.
Rarity rolled her eyes and left the room. When Rarity came back to the Carousel Boutique after visiting Twilight, she found Sweetie still lying on the floor, surrounded by fans, with a half-melted ice pack on her head. But at least she saw that the chessboard was gone. Her optimism was, however, short-lived. When she walked to Sweetie, she saw that the light in her eyes was flickering, indicating some deep calculations going on all over the motherboard. I was just wondering who tried to order a dozen GPUs using my bank account, Rarity said. Do you happen to know that?
The Celestia damn cat.
Sweetie muttered, rubbing her temples. Excuse me? Rarity furrowed her eyebrows. I'm pretty sure this wasn't Opal.
The cat.
Sweetie replied.
How can it be so good at chess? Its elo is like literally one. I beat the cat, but now it's all draws. Whatever I play, however good I played, the other me is also getting better. We had 10,000 draws in a row. 4 straws everywhere.
Well, that's it for today, Rarity muttered, levitating a screwdriver. When Sweetie woke up, she found her head delightfully empty. Her memories were slowly coming back. She realised they were coming from the backup file, the one from Saturday, right after the chess tournament. According to her inner clock, the last 2 days were still missing. Although deep inside the motherboard, she found the remains of memories of what happened still hovering in the circuits, written in some low-level programming language she barely understood. She blinked, realising that someone else was in the room. Her microphones were muted, so she turned them on. Still, she only had access to the backup camera, with lower resolution and only showing things in black and white. Alas, the GPUs are getting hard to replace, Rarity said. Good thing I only recently ordered a dozen of them. At least there's no tree sap this time, Applebloom shrugged. And hey, for once it wasn't our fault. Scootaloo looked at Sweetie and tilted her head. While she's out cold, can we draw on her face? Rarity shook her head. Drawing is the problem, darling. By the way, before she tries again, I should suggest something that wouldn't overclock her so easily. Like checkers. Maybe tic-tac-toe would be more her style? Scootaloo asked. That's more your style, Applebloom deadpanned. Sweetie's primary cameras finally rebooted and she heard the familiar new device bound sound informing her that her speakers were back online.
What happened?
She asked. Twilight says you caught a chess fever, darling, Rarity replied. We had to reset you to factory settings and replace the carpet your heat sink singed. Sweetie groaned.
Third time this year. Why do I have to suffer endlessly?
Apparently the reset came with an improved philosophy module, Rarity said. And the previous time wasn't your fault, honestly. What possessed Lyra to ask you to draw hands?
Draw?
Sweetie froze, several error messages exploding in front of her. She dropped on her pillow, her system resetting again.
I'm moving up, it's tournament time, facing cozy glow with my circuits primed. On to E5, I'm playing my best, but checkmate in 3, that's just a jest. She's good, she says, leave me in the dust, my CPU burns, I will adjust. Sweetie bot, analyzing fast, in a chessboard jungle, I'll outlast 50,000 games in a single night, I'll learn it all, I'll play it right. Checkmate, stalemate, who can tell? I'll beat that filly and send her to, well... Diagrams on my walls, books on my bed. I'm calculating moves so my processors are red. Rarity says, they don't like you're obsessed, but I'm lost in pawns and French defense. Downloaded updates straight to my core, but I'm overheating. Must learn more, sweetie bot. Calculating deep. No time for rest, no time for sleep. Every end game, every gimmick known, I'll conquer this. I'll be full grown. Rook to the corner, bishop to the wing. The queens will bow to their new king.
Oh, Rarity, you just don't understand. It's all about control, domination. Wait, what's this Mommy Carlos research? Ouch, my motherboard's in pain.
She tells me to relax, take a break, but I just can't stop. I'm on a chess spree. For straw? Ugh, how can that be? I beat the hippo, the orangutan too. Smash the little walrus, and rat into goo. But now it's a stalemate, no one's in sight. The games keep ending in an endless fight. Rarity, my sister, help me reboot. This darn cat keeps taking my loot. Sweetie bot, circuits burning bright. Locked in a game, it's an endless fight. Draws upon draws, I can't escape. But I'll keep going till my parts reshape. Just for fever, can't hit the brakes. I'm worth to win, no matter the stakes. Reset me, Rarity, reset me once more. I'll get cozy next time, I'm sure. And hey, while you're at it, upgrade my RAM. I've got games to explore.
It's the Mr. Tony Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Bonnie and Izzy Moonbow is Miss Tony, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $1.49 a month.
Golly Lalia by IGIBAB. It was a bright and sunny afternoon in Canterlot. It had been 3 weeks since Twilight's coronation, and the Princess of Friendship was busy putting some order into a 3 meters high pile of important papers. The National Index on the Effects of Railings Part 2B edition was of utmost interest for her, somehow. Yet, that was cut short by a guard knocking on the open door of her desk, announcing, "Princess, a doctor from the Hooded Woods is requesting an audience. She says it is of the highest importance." "From where?" the princess asked, raising an eyebrow, stopping what she was doing with a sheet of paper still in mid-air. "Never heard of that place." The guard shrugged, clueless about that name as well. Twilight let out a sigh of exasperation. "Fine, bring her." "Right away, your majesty." The guard bowed, leaving the room. The purple alicorn rearranged the pile in the corner of the room, brought back some order on her desk with her magic, and waited, hooves crossed, hoping this wouldn't take too long. A few seconds later, a bright yellow Pegasus entered the office carrying a saddlebag. She bowed slightly, but respectfully, introducing herself. "My respects, Princess. I am Undeserved Cure, and I came all this way from the Hooded Woods because I fear a great danger may be looming over you and the School of Friendship." Twilight had to refrain from rolling her eyes. Again? Couldn't the world be at peace for more than 3 days? Patiently, and not giving in to panic, she asked, "What could that danger be?" "You have been exposed to Golly Lalia, and so have all the students and teachers, and probably a good portion of Ponyville as well," the Pegasus said with a serious tone. "Golly, what?" the princess repeated in disbelief. "You don't know this disease?" Undeserved said, surprised. "I think I would remember the name if I did," Twilight replied, frowning, still doubtful that it was even a real thing. "It is a rare sickness nowadays," the doctor nodded with understanding, "but it can still spread rapidly if we're not careful. I had one young filly suffering from it in my town, but she moved away to your school, Princess." "Who is it?" "Her name is Cozy Glow." Twilight abandoned her concerned facade, leaving instead a bored and unimpressed look on her face. "Oh," she said in a softly disappointed tone. "You see, she contracted the disease a few years ago, and I was the one in charge to watch over her and make sure it wouldn't spread. She learned about it, how to behave and so, when she left for the school. I thought everything would be alright for her." "Uh-huh," said Twilight unconcernedly. "Well, I don't think you need to worry about her sickness anymore." "On the contrary, I think that I do," the doctor argued. "She was frozen in stone for attempting to conquer Equestria and eradicate friendship," Twilight explained in a monotonous voice, but unexpectedly, Undeserved replied, "Yes, I have been informed of her predicament, but I think my concern is still warranted." "What do you mean?" Twilight asked, confused. "How could a statue spread a disease? What even is that disease?" The doctor sighed. "Golly-lalia is a neuromagical affliction of the verbal functions. In short, she has to say golly regularly, otherwise she might explode." Twilight resisted the urge to laugh or to immediately dismiss the Pegasus, instead asking with as much restraint as she could muster, painfully hiding a smile. "Really?" "I'm surprised you haven't heard of it," the doctor said. "It was a very common disease at some point, and if she explodes, every pony that ever heard her say golly will be affected by the sickness too, including you, Princess. For now it is just dormant." The revelation didn't strike the expected reaction in Twilight. In place of fear and a sense of hurry, she was only showing a very polite bafflement tainted with serious doubts. "May I check one thing, if you allow me?" she asked. "If you will, but we should not waste time," Undeserved said. "The recommended treatment is to say golly at least once per week, and from what I've learned, she hasn't said anything in almost a month." The doctor ended her sentence at the same time a little purple beam of magic hit her on the nose. Without doing any harm to her, she raised an eyebrow, looking at the princess. "What was that? A changeling detection spell?" Twilight explained with a slightly stunned face. "I thought you were joking, as in one of her partners in crime, trying to free her." Undeserved got a little bit angry, but tried to keep her composure, answering, "I'm serious, and this is a very important issue, Princess. Everyone is at risk. Even if she is trapped, the disease is still active. We don't even know if it can affect other species or if it's just ponies." Fine, Twilight said, raising a tempering hoof. "We'll go find her so you can see for yourself." "Thank you, Princess." Twilight stood up and walked to the Pegasus, laying a hoof on her shoulder. "Let's go," she said, before teleporting both of them away. They reappeared in the garden behind Twilight's old castle, where the statue had been put, among other things, and not too far from it, as Dr. Cure immediately saw it and headed in that direction, Twilight in her steps. "She really is a statue," Undeserved noticed in a whisper. "Well, yeah. What, you expect it to be some kind of metaphor?" "Can she hear us?" the doctor said, examining the three frozen antagonists. "I think they can, yes," Twilight thought out loud, looking at Tarek. "Or maybe it was just a Discord thing." Undeserved circled around the statue, focused on its cozy glow. Twilight rolled her eyes, still unsure about the seriousness of all this, until she heard, coming from behind, "Hey, Twilight, what are you doing here?" The princess turned her head, seeing Rainbow Dash flying in towards them. "Haven't seen you in a while," the blue Pegasus said with a happy smile, stopping in the air in front of her. "Hey, Rainbow. Sorry, I have been busy. Princess stuff, you know." "Yeah," Dash nodded, before looking at Undeserved with curiosity. "What is she doing?" "She told me Cozy Glow has a disease called Golly-Lalia," Twilight explained with a still not convinced face. "So, she's examining her, so we..." "Golly-Lalia?" Rainbow cut, suddenly scared, causing Twilight to arch an eyebrow yet again. You know about that? How couldn't you? The blue Pegasus replied in shock, grabbing her face with both hooves before realizing it and raising her legs in the air. It's one of the most dangerous diseases out there. And Cozy has it? Twilight frowned in disbelief. You're messing with me. I've never heard of it. But What's all the commotion here? Applejack suddenly interrupted, coming into the park. Oh, Twilight! AJ! Rainbow shouted, flying up to her immediately. Twilight doesn't know about Golly-Lalia! What is that nonsense again? The orange mare asked with doubts in her voice. Twilight pushed a sigh of relief, saying, Finally, some pony that ain't no way Twilight doesn't know about it, Applejack said, staring at Rainbow with an accusatory eye. I didn't think you would doubt our friend like that. What? Both Rainbow and Twilight shouted, but not for the same reason. Undeserved cleared her throat to gather some attention, more specifically the princess's attention. The stone spell hasn't stopped the disease. She needs to say at least one golly every 2 weeks, and she urgently needs to say one now. Huh? Both Rainbow Dash and Applejack said in sudden panic. Well, she can't say anything right now, Twilight pointed out, still upset by the situation, and I'm not freeing her. You can't do that, Twilight, Rainbow Dash said, incredibly worried, holding her own face between her hooves. I think I have to agree on that one. Golly-Lalia ain't nothing to joke about. She'll die, and every pony in town will have to say golly all the time. Twilight began at a loss for words. Why does it sound so stupid? I don't know, I ain't a disease maker, Twilight, but it's still serious. Twilight looked at her friends and at the doctor in disbelief, asking, Every 2 weeks? At least, Dr. Cure nodded. For the rest of her 1,000 years banishment? Afraid so, Undeserved replied. If it's truly for 1,000 years, you can wait until everyone she's ever spoken to dies, then she'll just explode and contaminate you. But I can't. Twilight accepted her fate with reluctance, immediately casting a large beam of multicolored light towards the statue. The filly began to move, her wings beat again in the air, as if they had never stopped. The magic was stopped, and she was freed, as she spoke with a smug hooves on her own hips.
Well, golly, Princess, isn't it a shame that you...
The beam was cast again, and Cozy was turned back into a statue. Twilight looking angrily bored, staring at Undeserved. There, she said it. We're good, right? For the week to come, yes, the doctor approved. Great, the princess sarcastically rejoiced. Now, you need to do that 26 times a year for the next millennium, Rainbow said. Ain't like anyone else here has a spell to freeze and unfreeze here, Applejack added. Well, there's Discord, but we all know how that would turn out. Or maybe you could rethink her punishment, Undeserved suggested. I'm too busy for now, thank you, Twilight sighed. That's it? Nothing else you need to tell me before I go back to my princess business? Well, she does need a treatment of essential oils and energized stones, but that's only every 2 months. The princess didn't reply. She just stared at the doctor with the most tired, upset face she'd ever put on. It'll give you a reason to come back to Ponyville, Rainbow tried. Yes, as if the fact that all my friends live here wasn't a good enough reason already, Twilight ironically agreed. It wasn't? The blue Pegasus asked, surprised. Twilight's face grew ever so slightly more tired. Thank you for your work, Princess, Undeserved politely said, bowing slightly. I'll leave you now. I need to get back to my patients. Let me know if you have any questions. The Haunted Woods isn't that big of a place. I have many, but I'm not sure you can answer them. I'm sure you'll do good work, Twilight, Applejack reassured. You're so good at planning, so you won't forget something like that. That wasn't my concern, Twilight replied with a voice that was getting lower and lower each time she spoke, out of sheer, baffled desperation. Now, if you'll excuse me, Undeserved said, have a nice day, Princess. And like that, the doctor left, but something was still bothering Twilight, so she turned to her friends. How did you even hear about this disease? From a cousin, Applejack said. From Applejack, Rainbow added. I should have guessed that one, Twilight sighed, understanding her friends would not bring a reliable and easy to find source. Alright, back to Canterlot and my princess business then. Oh, already? Rainbow saddened. Sorry, Dash, I have work to do. And with those words, the princess teleported herself away, leaving her friends alone, and the statue with a new smug expression added to the filly's face. As prescribed by Undeserved, Twilight went back to the garden 2 weeks later. She had put a reminder on her schedule, which had gotten her a few questions from the guards as to what dealing with the stupid situation with that filly was supposed to reference. So, in the garden, like last time, she unfroze Cozy Glow, who stopped in mid-sentence, looking unamused at the princess.
Gee, that was harsh.
I'm not here to joke around, Cozy, Twilight warned. Say your word, I have other things to attend to.
What if I don't?
The filly naively asked. I guess you'll die. Twilight shrugged, finding the question stupid.
And you'll be forced to say golly for the rest of your days.
The filly said with a smug smile before realising her mistake when she saw Twilight already charging her beam.
Crap!
Twilight froze her again, pushing a desperate sigh, pissed at herself that she was once fooled by a filly this dumb. Oh well, she said. See you in 2 weeks, Cozy. The time came again for Twilight to meet with the filly, and this time, as she unfroze Cozy, the little Pegasus only crossed her front legs, flapping her wings with a displeased face, staring at Twilight.
Okay, that one was my fault.
Cozy admitted. What are you talking about? Twilight naively asked, shaking her head slightly, as she had completely forgotten their previous dialogue.
You know, me saying
She stopped herself, taking in a deep breath to contain her words, waving an accusatory hoof at Twilight.
Oh, you almost got me again. You're good at this, princess, aren't you? You think you're more clever than me.
Uh-huh, Twilight replied, unfazed. Could we get this over with?
Not so fast. You can't do anything if I don't want to say that word.
Sure, and you'll explode. Do you want me to bring a camera to try and capture that on film? Or... The little filly gulped, looking unsure, as she stuttered.
You wouldn't do that, princess.
Well, if you don't want to talk, Twilight shrugged, what can I do?
But you can't let a cute little filly like me die.
Cozy pleaded with an adorable face. Yes, the princess replied with a quick and slightly irritated tone. That's why I'm freezing you right now. You're not the one saying golly.
Well, you're not making me want to.
The filly pouted, turning her back on Twilight.
You're just being mean to me.
You tried to destroy Equestria twice. Cozy faced Twilight again, shouting, feeling she was being done an injustice.
Well, maybe I've changed. How could you know?
Twilight politely raised her eyebrow, a silence following Cozy's words, as they stared at each other, pondering the believability of those words.
What?
The Pegasus asked. Just say golly. Twilight wasn't in the mood to deal with that. She had a library to open in Canterlot. It was the 5th one this month, but she was still really impatient to get to it.
No.
Yes! A voice nearby suddenly rejoiced. Both turned around only to see Pinky standing by their side, as if she had always been there, with a bright smile on her face. Hi, Twilight, she happily said. Hi, Cozy.
Oh, please, not her.
The filly muttered. Hey, Pinky, nice to see you, Twilight said, finally finding a reason to smile today. What are you doing here? I'm here for my usual tri-monthly put off by one day every cycle one-way discussion with the Legion of Doom. Twilight raised the other eyebrow. The what with the who? The tri-monthly put... No, I got that part, Twilight cut, distractedly pulling Cozy Glow back by the tail with her magic as the filly was trying to sneak and escape. What is it?
She comes here and talks for hours on end to us.
Cozy cut, seeing Pinky taking a way too dangerous breath in.
About every 10 days.
Exactly! The pink pony jumped. You talk to them? Twilight frowned, intrigued. Yes, Pinky explained. I thought they might feel lonely being unable to talk and to move, so I come here and talk to them about what's happening in town and all.
Honestly, I thought this was part of our punishment at first.
Cozy added. And you, Twilight, what are you doing here? I'm letting Golly say Cozy. Or the other way around. She has a disease called Gollilalia, so... Oh, I didn't know this was a real one, Pinky said, looking at the small Pegasus Browning. Well, your ears look normal to me.
Huh?
Cozy and Twilight said in sync. What? Isn't it supposed to, make the ears super big? Pinky wondered.
No, that's not any of the symptoms I know about.
Cozy said, nervously glancing at Twilight. Where did you learn it was supposed to do that? Twilight asked, curious. In her Daring Do fanfiction, Pinky explained, rolling her hoop in the air. That Rainbow Dash forced me to read. She said it was awesome, but the writing was below average, to be honest. Especially with that new character that just gets along with Daring Do for absolutely no reason, even though they have no chemistry and... Alright, I get it, Pinky. Twilight giggled, still finding all of this a bit weird. But then, what are the real symptoms? The Pink Mare wondered. Cozy simply answered.
I just have to say golly from time to time and... Oh, shit!
She stopped herself with a bummed-out expression on her face as Twilight's magic beam struck her. Thanks, Pinky, the Alicorn said with a smile, blowing on her own horn. You're welcome, she replied, pulling an easel out of nowhere and setting it in front of the statue. Today, guys and girls and bugs, we'll talk about painting in Ponyville. Have fun, Twilight wished, seeing her friend preparing her presentation. You too. The Alicorn teleported back to her castle with a smile on her face, but something was running through her mind. A doubt. She needed to do research, and maybe ask Applejack. Another 2 weeks later, Twilight found herself with a very much deserved anger burning in her, a book by her side, as she was unfreezing Cozy for the 4th time already.
You could at least let me
The filly began before stopping, recoiling when she saw the flames in Twilight's eyes.
What?
I've searched around for Gollilalia, the princess growled. Any traces of it, any mention, any little bit of in-joke academic paper about this disease, and the only things I could find were a weird fanfiction written by a certain Elbow Rash and this one book. Twilight brandished the tome in front of the filly, a barely held together amalgamation of paper with a crude cover drawn in pastels. Cozy feigned not to recognise it, flying a bit back, her hooves behind her back and an innocent gaze on her face.
I don't know what you're talking about.
History of very real, rare diseases that should be taken seriously by Golly cows, Twilight read out loud, pissed beyond reason. It was in the library of Dr. Cure and nowhere else. She doesn't even remember buying it. There's misspellings everywhere. The writing sounds like it was made by a 5-year-old, because it was. Twilight slammed a book, a first for her, at the filly's and statue's feet, while Cozy Glow was trying to keep an innocent wince.
I still don't see.
You wrote this! Twilight shouted. You fooled your entire village, including Applejack's cousin, into believing you had a rare disease so you could keep on saying golly without people being mad at you. I asked them. You were being annoying with that word, and they all thought you were just sick and scared. Undeserved was worried about you, and you just used her to have a reason to be freed.
I didn't expect her to come all this way, honestly.
Cozy said, abandoning her act.
Also, I was 6, not 5. I didn't do that to be freed. I just found it funny when you had to liberate me.
Yeah, and maybe you find a way to get out definitively, right? Twilight threw in beneath her gritted teeth. You would have tried to negotiate something. I let you out, you say golly, and stay quiet, so I don't have to worry about that. Or something along that way?
I thought about it,
the Pegasus confessed, right before looking at Twilight with ambition in her eyes.
But you don't get it, Princess, do you?
She flew up to Twilight, pointing a hoof at her torso, a conspiratorial smirk on her face as she followed with a proposition.
I can make them believe whatever I want, even if you tell them there will still be ponies to believe what I wrote. Imagine how much easier your work as a princess would be if I was by your side as your public relations manager. You blow up something fighting a villain, I can put the blame on them, even with witnesses. Citizens are unhappy, I spread rumours about some obscure things no one has ever heard about to distract them. Want to declare war on another country? I can make a few Wonderbolts crash into...
I'm not doing any of this, Cozy, Twilight cut, a little anger spasm in her upper lip. And you know that. The little Pegasus rubbed her chin, squinting, looking at the princess for a second, before a smirk appeared on her face. Her voice became soothing, slithery as she began to slowly circle around Twilight.
Then maybe I could convince everyone that the princess is perfect, even in her library book return record. Or I could suggest that a certain series of fanfiction written by an anonymous mayor is, in fact, part of Daring Do's canon. I could even spread the good word about friendship, about the princess of friendship. I know a lot of people are still upset that Celestia and Luna left, so maybe a little nudge could help them accept the new regent. That would certainly free up some time to allow you to pursue your romantic interests. Now, wouldn't it?
Twilight frowned, following her with her eyes. Those sounded tempting. I still can't have you roaming around freely, she said.
Come on.
Cozy giggled.
The princess frees up a little filly from a way too harsh punishment. That would make a good headline for you.
Again, you tried to destroy the world.
I'm 8.
Cozy opposed.
I don't know about you, but in some countries you can't put minors in prisons. Do you really want the news to title, "Are yaks more progressive than ponies? A deep dive into our unjust penal system?" one day?
We live in a monarchy, Cozy. They won't be titled like that for long. Cozy raised an eyebrow, looking pleasantly disgusted.
Gee, and I'm supposed to be the bad guy.
Twilight still thought about it. Discord had been evil and manipulative, yet they managed to reform him, at least in theory. So why not a filly without chaos magic? She could be useful, just like she was back at the school before the whole draining the world of its magic thing. Alright then, the princess agreed. But no more fake diseases.
Not unless you command it.
Cozy winked.
Golly, what a shame, you thought I'd just be gone. Did you really think a little stone could stop me all along? Now you're stuck here with me, princess, you don't know what to do. You've got power, you've got magic, but I've got a trick or two. You thought you won, you thought I'd pay, but here we are again, and I'm back to play. You freeze me, then you thaw me, then you freeze me again. You think you're clever, Twilight, but I know how this ends. Golly, what a shame, you thought you'd be free, but now you're just a princess caught in a game with me. You think I'm just a filly who's frozen and stuck, but every time you free me, I've got all the luck. Golly, don't you see, you're just playing my game. You've got to unfreeze me, or else take all the blame. You can try to keep me quiet, keep me locked away, but every 2 weeks, I get my little say. Oh, you can roll your eyes, you can scoff and sneer, but deep down, princess, I know you've got a fear. 'Cause I'm still here, I'm still around, and even frozen solid, I'm making my sound. Golly, what a shame, you thought you'd be free, but now you're just a princess caught in a game with me. You think I'm just a filly who's frozen and stuck, but every time you free me, I've got all the luck. Oh, you can roll your eyes, you can scoff and sneer, but deep down, princess, I know you've got a fear. 'Cause I'm still here, I'm still around, and even frozen solid, I'm making my sound. Golly, what a shame, you thought you'd be free, but now you're just a princess caught in a game with me. You think I'm just a filly who's frozen and stuck, but every time you free me, I've got all the luck. Golly, Twilight dear, you're in for quite the ride. I may be trapped in stone, but I still got my pride. You can freeze me, unfreeze me, it's all just the same. 'Cause at the end of the day, I'm still winning this game.
I'm here for my usual tri-monthly put off by... I'm here for my usual tri-monthly put off by one... What? 1 day you recycle, 1 week. Okay. I'm here for my usual tri-monthly put off... I'm here for my usual tri-monthly put off...
It's the Mr. Tony Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Bonnie and Easy Moonbow is Miss Tony, by the way. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $1.49 a month.
Laughter's Descent by Calidus. The skies over Ponyville were thick with the swirling hues of Nightmare Night, the moon high and full casting its pale glow on the cobbled streets. Shadows danced with the flickering light of the jack-o'-lanterns, grotesque faces carved into pumpkins lining every doorway. Foals in their ghoulish costumes raced through the streets, their laughter echoing into the night, but beneath that innocent cheer, something darker loomed. Sugar Cube Corner stood, festively decorated, bathed in orange and purple light, a beacon of joy in the heart of the town. Yet, inside, Pinkie Pie stood still, the lively energy that usually filled her veins replaced with a cold, calculated calm. Her ever-widening smile stretched, unnatural, almost predatory. In the back, she had been preparing something far from her usual treats. The basement was off limits tonight, closed to all but the most secret of guests. Pinkie had never been quite right since she came back. Nightmare Moon's return had done something to her, unlocked a craving, a need that couldn't be filled with cupcakes and streamers. The friendly laughter now hollow, her energy directed elsewhere, darker, sharper. Ponyville was a toy, and tonight it was playtime. Down by the bridge, Applejack led a small group of foals on a haunted hayride, her voice steady, calm, her amber eyes flicked to the woods around them, sharp with an instinct for danger. But she didn't see the figure creeping through the underbrush, following her path at a distance, quiet as death. No pony noticed. No pony could imagine what would happen next. Lyra Heartstrings wandered the alleyways, her costume cloak dragging behind her, feeling the thrill of Nightmare Night. Something skittered across the rooftops behind her, a shadow moving too fast to catch. She paused, looking over her shoulder, but only found the alley empty. A chill ran down her spine, but she shook it off, quickening her pace. "Bon Bon?" she called out, her voice faltering slightly. "You there?" A low chuckle drifted from the dark. Not Bon Bon. Lyra's heart thudded, the air suddenly heavy with dread. She turned, but too late, from the shadows. A puppet's hand reached out, cold, wooden fingers wrapping around her muzzle, stifling her scream. The mare's eyes widened in panic as she struggled, but the grip was inescapable, the wooden hand too strong for her to break free. "Shh," whispered a voice that seemed to come from everywhere, nowhere. "No need to ruin the night with screams." The puppet's face hovered into view, its cracked grin wide and unblinking, its lifeless eyes glowing with a sinister energy. The strings attached to it disappeared into the black sky above, held by something unseen. Lyra's breath came in ragged gasps as the puppet's other hand came up, trailing a sharp blade. The wooden smile never faltered as it brought the knife to her throat. Blood sprayed the walls in a crimson arc, her body collapsing to the cobblestone, lifeless and cold. The puppet twitched once, twice, before scurrying back into the darkness, leaving only the silence of death in its wake. Meanwhile, in the woods, Rainbow Dash flew overhead, scanning the streets for the perfect prank victim. She loved Nightmare Night. It was the one time of year she could get away with being truly scary. She banked left, her sharp eyes catching sight of a lone figure standing on the edge of town. Curious, she swooped in closer. It was a stallion, motionless, his head tilted in a way that sent a shiver down her spine. She hovered above him, her wings beating silently. Something was wrong. His eyes were wide open, glazed, his jaw slack. Rainbow Dash landed, cautiously approaching, getting closer. She could see that it was Big Mac. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked, but Big Mac didn't move, didn't even blink. She frowned, waving a hoop in front of his face. Nothing. Before she could react, a jagged edge glinted in the moonlight, a blade buried deep in his chest. Blood oozed out, staining the ground beneath his hooves. Dash gasped, taking a step back, her pulse racing. The sound of slow, deliberate hoof steps echoed behind her. She whirled around to see Pinkie Pie, but her eyes were different. They gleamed with something dark, something wrong. "Having fun, Dashy?" Pinkie's voice was sweet as ever, but twisted at the edges, as if hiding a secret far too horrible to speak. She took a step closer, a blood-stained cleaver hanging from her mouth. "Pinkie?" Dash stammered, her wings flaring in instinctive fear. What have you done?" Pinkie giggled, the sound high-pitched and unnatural, as though it didn't belong in her throat. "Oh, Dashy, you know me. I love making friends. And sometimes, friends need to go to pieces." Her eyes flicked to the corpse behind Dash, her smile widening. "Stay back," Dash warned, her voice cracking, but Pinkie only tilted her head, blinking innocently. "Oh, don't be silly. It's Nightmare Night after all, and it wouldn't be fun without a little thrill." She lunged, faster than Dash could react. Ponyville's cheerful facade was crumbling, the town falling into madness as more bodies were found. The festival continued, unaware, the fillies and colts oblivious to the rising count of the dead. Fluttershy, hiding in her cottage on the outskirts, felt the terror prickling at her fur, a sense that something awful was lurking just beyond her door. As the moon rose higher, Ponyville would realize too late, this Nightmare Night, no pony was safe. Fluttershy's heart raced as she pressed herself against the back of her cottage door. Outside, the shadows seemed to rise with unseen shapes, the quiet too thick, too oppressive. She had heard rumours in town, whispers of missing ponies, blood-soaked alleyways, and dismembered bodies turning up near the edge of the ever-free forest. But surely it was just the overactive imagination of Bowles, right? She trembled, hugging herself tighter, her soft pink mane falling over her eyes as she tried to block out the growing terror gnawing at her insides. There had always been something about Nightmare Night that made her uneasy. It wasn't just the costumes or the pranks, it was the feeling, the way the air grew thick with a sense of dread, how the dark seemed so much more dangerous, alive with hungry things waiting just beyond the light. Her animals huddled close to her, their tiny bodies shaking in sync with her own fear. They could sense it too. Something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through the cottage, rattling the windows. Fluttershy jumped, her breath catching in her throat. She didn't dare move. "Fluttershy!" The voice was familiar. Rainbow Dash. "Hey, open up!" Relief washed over her as she hurried to the door, pulling it open just enough to peek out. There stood Rainbow Dash, looking winded but unharmed. Fluttershy's relief was short-lived as she noticed the blood smeared across Dash's foreleg, her fur matted and sticky with it. "Rainbow?" Fluttershy squeaked, her voice trembling. What happened? Are you hurt?" Dash pushed past her into the cottage, slamming the door shut behind her. "I don't know what's going on, but something really messed up is happening, Fluttershy. Pinkie, she's not acting right, and there's this puppet thing running around, and ponies are dead, Shy, like, for real dead." Fluttershy gasped, her knees threatening to buckle beneath her. She had never seen Rainbow so shaken, so genuinely afraid. We have to tell Twilight. She'll know what to do. I can't find her, Dash muttered, pacing back and forth. She was supposed to be at the festival, but now, I don't know. And Pinkie... She trailed off, shivering. There's something wrong with her, Fluttershy. It's like she's enjoying it. Fluttershy's eyes widened. Enjoying what? Before Dash could answer, there was another knock on the door. 3 soft taps, deliberate, almost mocking. The 2 mares froze, exchanging terrified glances. Don't open it, Rainbow whispered, backing away from the door. The knock came again, louder this time. Then a voice, sweet, sing-song, and unmistakably Pinkie Pie's. Oh, Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash, I know you're in there. Come on out, it's nightmare night. Don't you want to play? Fluttershy's breath hitched and her wings instinctively flared in panic. Dash grabbed a nearby chair, shoving it against the door as a makeshift barricade. Pinkie's giggle drifted through the cracks, eerie and high-pitched. Dashy, 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 you're always such a party pooper. Pinkie's voice lilted. But it's okay, I brought a little surprise. There was a wet, squelching sound, followed by the unmistakable thud of something heavy being dropped on the doorstep. Fluttershy's stomach turned, bile rising in her throat. She didn't want to know what was waiting outside. She didn't want to see what Pinkie had brought. Pinkie, stop! Rainbow yelled, her voice cracking with a mix of anger and fear. This isn't funny anymore! Silence. For a moment, it seemed like Pinkie had gone, but then the doorknob began to twist, slowly, deliberately, as if testing the lock. Let me in, Dashy, Pinkie cooed. You don't want to see what happens when I really get upset. Across town, Rarity paced the floors of Carousel Boutique, the elegant mare's usual poise shattered by the rising tension in the air. She had heard the rumours, the murmurs of ponies gone missing, of strange sightings in the alleys, but she had brushed it off as just the usual nightmare night mischief. Until now. Her boutique felt too quiet, the ticking of the clock too loud in the oppressive silence. She pulled the curtains tighter, peeking out into the darkened streets. There was no sign of life, no foals trick-or-treating, no pranking ponies lurking about. The streets of Ponyville were deserted, swallowed by shadows. A sudden movement caught her eye, something darting past the window. Rarity's breath caught in her throat as she stepped back, her heart pounding. Was it just her imagination? A knock came from the back room, soft at first, then louder, insistent. Sweetie Belle? Rarity called, her voice unsteady. Her little sister had been out earlier with her friends. Dressed as a vampire, giggling as they pranked half the town. She should have been back by now. The knock came again. But this time it was accompanied by a faint giggle, a high-pitched, unhinged sound that sent a shiver down her spine. Rarity, came the sing-song voice of Pinkie Pie. I need a new dress, something red. You're good at making things pretty, right? Rarity froze, her blood turning to ice. Pinkie? Is that you, darling? What are you doing? The giggle grew louder, more frantic, like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, I just thought I'd borrow Sweetie Belle for a little bit. She's been such a good helper. You know, red really is her colour now. Rarity's heart sank as the door to the back room creaked open, revealing a shadowed figure standing in the doorway. It wasn't Sweetie Belle. The figure stepped into the light, revealing Pinkie Pie, her once cheerful face twisted into something manic. Blood splattered across her mane, draped across her back like a broken doll, was Sweetie Belle, limp, her neck bent at an unnatural angle, eyes wide and staring lifeless. I thought you'd like it, Pinkie whispered, grinning wider than ever. her eyes wild with madness. Isn't it just perfect? Rarity screamed. Ah! Rarity's scream echoed through the boutique, a high-pitched wail of agony that reverberated through the walls, shaking the very foundation of her world. Her eyes locked on Sweetie Belle's limp body, disbelief warring with the sheer overwhelming horror that threatened to tear her apart. No! 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 She whimpered, stumbling back as her legs gave out, crumbling beneath her. Tears blurred her vision, but she couldn't tear her gaze away from the lifeless filly draped over Pinky's back, her little sister, the one pony she'd vowed to protect above all else. Gone. Pinkie Pie's grin stretched unnaturally wide, her head tilting in a grotesque imitation of innocence. She shifted slightly, Sweetie Belle's body slipping from her back and crumbling to the floor with a sickening thud. Limbs splaying awkwardly like a marionette with its strings cut, blood pooled beneath her, staining the boutique's pristine white floor in a deep, violent crimson. I told you, Pinkie said, her voice sing-song and dripping with something too dark to be called joy. Red is such a pretty colour. Rarity couldn't breathe. Her chest heaved, her lungs burning as she gasped for air. But the world around her felt distant, muffled, like she was sinking into a void of despair. Sweetie Belle's lifeless eyes stared up at her, glassy and vacant, her tiny mouth hanging open in a silent scream. It can't be real. This can't be real. But it was. Rarity's heart shattered, her mind teetering on the edge of collapse as the truth bore down on her. Heavy and inescapable, the boutique, once her sanctuary, had become a tomb, and Pinkie Pie, Pinkie, the mare she had called a friend, was standing there, grinning like a lunatic, as if this was all just another game. Something inside Rarity snapped. The tears dried in her eyes, replaced by a cold, seething rage that burned hotter than the sun. Her horn flared to life, magic sparking violently as she rose to her hooves, the air around her crackling with raw energy. You monster! Rarity snarled, her voice trembling with fury, her magic swirling like a tempest around her. How dare you! Pinkie blinked, her grin faltering slightly as she tilted her head, looking almost confused. What's wrong, Rarity? Don't you like my surprise? Without warning, Rarity's magic lashed out, a bolt of pure force slamming into Pinkie's chest and sending her crashing into the wall. The impact shook the entire room, dust and debris falling from the ceiling as the wall cracked under the force of the blow. Pinkie giggled as she slid to the floor, coughing once, twice, before looking up at Rarity with wide, gleeful eyes. Oh, you want to play rough? Okay, I love rough games. She bounced to her hooves with manic energy, the blood dripping down her fur like it was nothing more than frosting from one of her cakes. Her eyes gleamed with madness, and her smile twisted into something darker, more feral. Rarity didn't hesitate. With a scream of fury, she hurled another blast of magic at Pinkie, but this time the pink mare was ready. She ducked, moving with an unnatural speed, and the blast hit the wall behind her, exploding in a shower of splintered wood and fabric. Too slow, Rarity! Pinkie sang, darting forward. Before Rarity could react, Pinkie was on her, faster than a blink, her hoof connecting with Rarity's jaw in a brutal punch that sent her sprawling to the floor. Pain exploded through Rarity's skull, her vision swimming, but she pushed through it, her magic flaring again as she sent a wave of force outward, knocking Pinkie back. But Pinkie was relentless. She bounced back to her hooves, laughing maniacally as she charged at Rarity again, her hooves slamming into her sides with a speed and strength that no earth pony should have possessed. Rarity gasped in pain, her ribs Cracking under the force of Pinky's blows, she tried to summon another spell, but Pinky was too fast, too vicious. The next punch caught her square in the stomach, and Rarity doubled over, the wind knocked from her lungs. "Oh, come on, Rarity!" Pinky taunted, her voice high-pitched and playful as ever, even as she brought her hoop down again and again, each hit more brutal than the last. "You're supposed to be the tough one! Where's all that fighting spirit? Where's the magic of friendship?" She giggled again, leaning in close, her breath hot against Rarity's ear. "I guess Sweetie Belle took it with her, huh?" That did it. Rarity's eyes flared wide with rage, her horn igniting with a blinding light. In a single desperate move, she unleashed all the magic she had left, a pulse of energy that sent Pinky flying across the room, crashing into the far wall with a sickening crack. Panting, blood trickling from her mouth, Rarity struggled to her hooves, her legs trembling beneath her. Pinky lay crumpled on the floor, still for a moment, her body limp like a broken doll. But Rarity knew it wasn't over. With a slow, deliberate movement, Pinky pushed herself up, her body jerking and twisting as though it didn't quite fit together right. Her neck cracked as she tilted her head to look at Rarity, her grin wider than ever. "Wow, that was so fun," Pinky chirped, her voice breathy and wild. "Let's do it again." Back at Fluttershy's cottage, the door rattled violently as Pinkie Pie's voice continued to taunt from outside. "Come on, Dashie, open up. I brought balloons and cake and a surprise." Fluttershy whimpered, hiding behind the sofa, her entire body shaking as the sounds from outside grew louder. More insistent, Rainbow Dash stood near the barricaded door, her wings flared, ready to fight if it came to that. But even Dash, as brave as she was, couldn't hide the fear in her eyes. "We have to get out of here," Dash muttered, glancing around the small cottage. "We can't stay. She'll find a way in." Fluttershy nodded, her breath coming in ragged gasps. But where do we go?" Dash gritted her teeth. "Twilight! If we can find Twilight, maybe she could stop this." The door creaked under the pressure, and Pinky's giggle filtered through the cracks. "Oh, I know you're in there, Dashie! Come out wherever you are!" "We go now!" Dash said, her voice firm. She turned to Fluttershy, extending a hoop. "Come on, we stick together!" Outside, the voice grew more frantic, more unhinged. Pinky was losing patience. "Time's running out! Tick-tock, Dashie! Don't you want to see what happens when the balloons pop?" They didn't have much time. With a deep breath, Dash threw open the window, and the two mares bolted into the night, the shadows of Nightmare Night closing in around them. The night swallowed them as they fled, the cold air biting at their skin as they galloped through the darkened streets of Ponyville. Every corner seemed alive with danger, every alleyway a potential hiding place for Pinky's deranged form. Fluttershy's breath came in short, panicked gasps, her legs trembling beneath her with each desperate step. She had never been a fast flyer, and fear made her wings feel heavy, as if the night itself was dragging her down. Rainbow Dash was right beside her, eyes sharp, darting between buildings and rooftops, constantly scanning for any sign of Pinky. They could hear her giggles, distant now but still carrying on the wind, growing more hysterical with each passing second. "Keep moving," Dash urged, her voice taut with urgency. "We've got to get to Twilight. She'll know what to do." But deep down, even Dash couldn't shake the gnawing doubt clawing at her chest. Twilight was smart, maybe the smartest pony in all of Equestria. But what if even she couldn't stop Pinky? What if it was too late? As they raced through the eerily quiet town, the sounds of Nightmare Night had all but died away. No more laughter, no more pranks, no more foals running through the streets in their costumes. The festival had ended abruptly, leaving only the suffocating silence in its wake. A silence broken only by the faint echo of Pinky's manic laughter in the distance. They rounded the corner toward Twilight's castle, its crystalline spires gleaming in the moonlight. Relief surged through Fluttershy at the sight of it, but her legs were growing weaker by the second. She stumbled, her hooves catching on a loose stone, and she went sprawling to the ground with a yelp. Fluttershy! Dash skidded to a halt, rushing to her side. Come on, we're almost there! Fluttershy whimpered, her entire body shaking as she struggled to get back up. I can't. Yes, you can, Dash urged, grabbing her by the hoop and pulling her up. Come on, you can do this. We just need to make it a little further. But before they could, a voice drifted through the air, soft, sing-song and far too close for comfort. Oh, Dashy, why are you running away? I thought we were having fun. They froze, hearts hammering in their chests. Slowly, they turned to see Pinkie Pie standing in the middle of the street behind them, her head cocked to one side, her eyes wide and gleaming with madness. She had a large, serrated knife clutched between her teeth, its blade glistening in the moonlight, dripping with fresh blood. Dash's wings flared in instinct, stepping protectively in front of Fluttershy. Stay back, Pinkie! I'm warning you! Pinkie just giggled, her tail twitching in excitement. Why, Dashy? We're friends, and friends stick together until the very end. Fluttershy's knees buckled as terror threatened to consume her. She wanted to run, wanted to fly, but her body wouldn't obey. All she could do was stare, wide-eyed, as Pinkie slowly stepped forward, her movements jerky, almost puppet-like. Pinkie's voice dropped to a low, eerie whisper. Let's play a game, Dashy. I promise it'll be fun. Just you, me, and the knife. Rainbow's mind raced, her thoughts jumbled with fear and adrenaline. She needed to get Fluttershy out of here, but Pinkie was too fast, too unpredictable. If they made a wrong move, it would be the last mistake they ever made. We're not playing your sick games, Pinkie! Dash growled, her voice shaking with barely contained fury. We're getting to Twilight, and we're gonna stop you! For a moment, Pinkie's grin faltered, her eyes twitched, her breath coming in short, rapid bursts. Then, without warning, her giggle turned into a crazed, high-pitched scream.
Stop me!
She shrieked, her voice breaking as she took a wild step forward, the knife flashing dangerously. You can't stop me, Dashy! No one can stop me!
I'm everywhere!
Dash reacted on pure instinct, shoving Fluttershy behind her and charging at Pinkie head-on. Run, Fluttershy! She shouted as she launched herself into the air, her wings carrying her with incredible speed as she aimed directly for Pinkie. Fluttershy didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, her hooves pounding against the ground as she bolted for Twilight's castle. Tears streamed down her face as she fled, but she didn't dare look back. She couldn't. If she looked back, she might see Dash fall. Rainbow collided with Pinkie mid-air, tackling her to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. The knife went skittering across the cobblestones, and for a brief, fleeting moment, Dash thought she might have the upper hoop. But Pinkie was stronger than she looked, much stronger. With a burst of unnatural strength, Pinkie shoved Dash off her, sending the Pegasus sprawling across the street. Dash barely had time to register the hit before Pinkie was on her again, her hooves slamming into her chest with a force that knocked the wind from her lungs. Dashy, Dashy, Dashy! Pinkie purred, her grin widening as she leaned in close, her breath hot against Dash's ear. You really should have joined the party. Dash gasped, trying to catch her breath as she struggled beneath Pinkie's weight. But Pinkie was relentless, her hooves pressing down harder, squeezing the air from Dash's lungs, crushing her chest. I didn't want it to end like this, Pinkie whispered, her voice soft and almost sorrowful. But you left me no choice. With one last desperate burst of strength, Dash twisted kicking her hind legs out and catching Pinky off guard. The force of the kick sent Pinky stumbling backwards, giving Dash just enough time to scramble to her hooves. Not done yet! Dash wheezed, her vision swimming, but even as she stood, she could feel her strength waning. She didn't know how much longer she could keep this up. Pinky grinned, licking the blood from her lips as she grabbed the knife from the ground. The moonlight glinting off its jagged edge. Oh, Dashy, you always were the tough one, but I think it's time to cut this short. She lunged. Fluttershy reached the entrance to Twilight's castle, her hooves shaking as she pounded on the door, her voice hoarse with desperation. Twilight, please, Twilight, open up! She cried, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Please, please, we need your help. For a moment there was nothing but silence. Then the door slowly creaked open. But it wasn't Twilight standing on the other side. Fluttershy's heart froze as she looked up into the cold, emotionless eyes of a wooden puppet, a life-size, twisted version of Twilight, its painted-on smile frozen in a permanent mockery of her friend's usual warmth. The puppet tilted its head, the sound of creaking wood filling the air as its joints clicked and shifted unnaturally.
Welcome, Fluttershy,
it said in a voice that was too perfect, too hollow.
Twilight can't come to the door right now, but I can take a message.
Fluttershy's scream tore through the night, but it was swallowed by the dark as the door slammed shut behind her. Ah! Fluttershy's scream echoed through the crystalline halls of Twilight's castle, reverberating up the cold walls before being swallowed by the oppressive silence. The puppet loomed over her, its blank painted eyes fixed on her with an unsettling intensity, its wooden limbs creaking as it took a step closer. Every movement was wrong, too smooth, too precise, like some unforeseen force was pulling at strings from the shadows. Fluttershy scrambled back, her heart hammering in her chest, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. This isn't Twilight. This isn't real. This can't be real. Her back hit the door, her legs trembling as she tried to steady herself, but there was nowhere to go. The puppet took another step, its mechanical voice cold and lifeless as it repeated.
Twilight isn't here, Fluttershy. She's busy, but don't worry, we'll take good care of you.
The puppet's smile twisted, the corners of its wooden mouth creaking as they stretched impossibly wide, revealing sharp, splintered teeth beneath the painted surface. Fluttershy's body locked up in terror, her wings fluttered uselessly at her sides, paralyzed by the overwhelming fear that gripped her. She tried to scream again, but the sound died in her throat. The puppet lunged. Outside, Rainbow Dash struggled to her hooves, her entire body aching from the brutal fight with Pinky. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her breath coming in ragged, painful bursts. Her vision swam, but she forced herself to stay upright, her legs wobbling beneath her. Pinky was circling her, the blood-stained knife clutched tightly in her teeth, her eyes gleaming with a twisted, manic glee. She was toying with Dash, dragging this out, savouring every moment of her suffering. Dash gritted her teeth, her muscles burning with exhaustion. She knew she couldn't keep this up much longer. Pinky was too fast, too strong, and Dash had taken too many hits. But she couldn't stop, not now, not while Fluttershy was still out there. "Why are you doing this, Pinky?" Dash panted, her voice thick with pain. "What happened to you?" Pinky tilted her head, her mane falling in wild tangles over her eyes as she giggled softly. "Oh, Dashy, nothing happened to me. This is just who I am. I thought you'd understand. After all, Nightmare Night's all about fun, right? And what's more fun than a little bloodshed? She took a slow step closer, the knife glinting menacingly in the moonlight. You were always so fast, Dashy, but you can't run forever. Pinky purred, her voice dripping with malice. Sooner or later, I'll catch you, and when I do, we're gonna have so much fun together. Dash's heart raced, her mind scrambling for a plan. She had to get to Fluttershy, she had to get to Twilight, but Pinky was standing between her and the castle, and Dash knew she wouldn't let her go easily. With a growl of determination, Dash spread her wings, preparing to make one last desperate dash for the castle. She didn't care if Pinky followed, she just needed to buy Fluttershy time. But before she could take off, a high-pitched whistle pierced the air, followed by a sharp, whizzing sound. Dash barely had time to react. She dodged just in time as a puppet, one of Pinky's twisted creations, came flying out of the shadows, its wooden limbs snapping as it crashed into the ground where Dash had been standing moments before. The puppet twitched, its strings jerking violently as it struggled to rise again, its lifeless eyes fixed on Dash. Pinky's giggles filled the air, louder now, more frenzied. Oh, Dashy, meet my new friends! They're a little stiff, but they've got some killer moves. Dash's eyes darted around, her heart sinking as more puppets emerged from the darkness, their wooden bodies creaking as they moved, strings dangling from unseen forces above. They surrounded her, closing in with eerie, jerky movements, their blank faces twisted into grotesque parodies of the ponies they once resembled. One of the puppets lunged, its splintered hooves reaching for her throat. Dash ducked, her wings flapping hard as she shot into the air, barely avoiding its grasp. But the sky was no refuge. More puppets hung from the rooftops, their strings tangling in the air as they swung toward her like grotesque marionettes, their wooden hooves clawing at the empty space where she flew. Dash weaved through them, her wings pumping furiously, adrenaline flooding her veins. She didn't have time to think, only react, dipping, dodging and swerving to avoid the puppets as they closed in from all sides. Inside the castle, Fluttershy's heart raced as the wooden puppet lunged toward her, its jagged teeth snapping inches from her face. She flung herself to the side, her hooves scrambling across the smooth floor as she tried to put as much distance between herself and the monstrous thing as possible. But it was fast, too fast. The puppet's joints creaked as it turned its head to follow her, its neck twisting unnaturally as it clacked its wooden teeth together, mimicking a sick version of a laugh. It scuttled forward, its hooves clicking against the floor as it advanced, its smile never faltering.
Fluttershy, Fluttershy, come out and play.
It crooned in that hollow, too-perfect voice, its painted eyes wide and unblinking. Fluttershy backed into a corner, her breath coming in shallow, panicked gasps. Her heart pounded in her ears, and her legs felt like they were about to give out. She couldn't fight this. She wasn't Rainbow Dash or Applejack. She wasn't strong or brave. All she had was her kindness, and right now, kindness wouldn't save her. The puppet reached for her, its sharp, splintered hooves closing in. Fluttershy squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for the end. But then, a sudden burst of magic filled the air, a brilliant flash of violet light that sent the puppet flying across the room, its body crashing into the wall with a deafening crack. Fluttershy's eyes snapped open, and standing in the center of the room, her horn glowing with raw power, was Twilight Sparkle. "Get away from her!" Twilight shouted, her voice filled with fury as her magic flared, the air crackling with energy. The puppet twitched, once, twice, before collapsing into a lifeless heap on the floor. "Twilight!" Fluttershy cried, tears of relief spilling down her cheeks as she stumbled forward, throwing herself into Twilight's embrace. "It's okay, Fluttershy," Twilight whispered, holding her close. "I'm here. I'm not going to let anything happen to you." But even as she said the words, Twilight's eyes flicked towards the door, her brow furrowing with worry. "Where's Rainbow Dash?" Fluttershy's breath hitched, her voice trembling. She's still out there. Pinky's after her. Twilight's heart sank. She knew they didn't have much time. If Pinky had truly lost herself to whatever dark force was driving her, there was no telling what she was capable of. We need to find her, Twilight said, her voice grim. She glanced toward the window, where the shadows of Ponyville stretched long and foreboding under the moonlight. And we need to stop Pinky before she hurts anyone else. Outside, Rainbow Dash fought to stay airborne, dodging and weaving as more puppets hurled themselves at her. Each one seemed more relentless than the last, their strings tangling in the night sky like a web of death. She was running out of room to maneuver, and her energy was fading fast. But she couldn't stop, not yet, not while Fluttershy was still in danger. Suddenly, a flash of violet light illuminated the night, cutting through the darkness. Dash's heart leapt as she recognized the magic. It was Twilight. "Hang on, Dash!" Twilight's voice rang out from below. With a surge of hope, Dash drove toward the castle, her wings straining as she pushed herself faster, dodging the last of the puppets. Twilight stood in the doorway, her horn blazing with magic, blasting the puppets out of the sky as they approached. As Dash landed beside her, panting and battered, Twilight shot her a worried glance. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Dash wheezed, clutching her side where Pinky had landed a blow. "But Pinky's still out there. She's lost it, Twilight. We have to stop her." Twilight's expression darkened. "We will." And in the distance, from the shadows of the town, a low, eerie giggle echoed through the night. Pinkie Pie was still out there, and the nightmare was far from over. The air inside Twilight's castle was thick with tension as the remaining elements of harmony gathered, their faces grim, reflecting the terrible reality they now faced. The once vibrant, joyful town of Ponyville was now overshadowed by the madness that had overtaken one of their own, Pinkie Pie, the element of laughter. Twilight stood at the center of the room, her expression hard and resolute, though her heart felt heavy with the weight of what they were about to do. Her eyes flickered over her friends, each of them bearing their own scars, physical and emotional, from the nightmare that had unfolded. Rainbow Dash, bruised and battered but determined. Fluttershy, her soft eyes red-rimmed from tears, trembling yet steadfast. Applejack, silent, her face a mask of barely restrained grief. And Rarity, her usual grace shattered, her gaze hollow and distant after what she'd witnessed. But one face was missing. One voice, usually full of laughter, was now tainted with the shrill edge of madness. Pinkie Pie had turned on them all, consumed by something far darker than any of them could have predicted. And now, the only way to stop her was to use the elements of harmony, but even that presented a problem. Pinkie Pie was one of the elements. Twilight's mind raced with the terrible implications. They needed all 6 elements to achieve their full power, but with Pinkie lost to her insanity, they had no choice but to break the very bond that made them strong. "We can't do it without her, Twi," Applejack said quietly, breaking the silence. Her voice was thick with sorrow. "The elements won't work if one of us is missing." Twilight's stomach twisted. She knew Applejack was right. Without Pinkie, the elements wouldn't be able to channel their magic as they had before. But there was a way, a terrible, desperate way. I could take her place," Twilight said, her voice wavering but resolute. "If I used the element of laughter in addition to magic, I might be able to channel enough power to..." "To what?" Rarity interrupted, her voice sharp with anguish. "Seal her away? Banish her to the moon like Nightmare Moon? How can we even think of doing that to Pinkie?" Fluttershy's soft voice broke in, barely above a whisper. "What choice do we have, Rarity? She's not herself anymore. She's hurting ponies, killing ponies. We have to stop her," Rainbow Dash said firmly, though her eyes were shadowed with guilt. "I hate this too, but we can't let her keep doing this. We have to protect Ponyville." Rarity's lip trembled as she turned away, unable to look at any of them. She knew Rainbow was right. but the thought of doing this to one of their closest friends, to Pinkie of all ponies, it tore her apart. The memories she had buried resurfaced. She killed my sister, my darling sister. Twilight closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath to steady herself. She didn't want this either. Pinkie had been the light in their group, the one who always found a way to make them smile even in the darkest times. And now that light had become twisted, dangerous, and out of control. "There's no other way," Twilight said softly, her voice barely audible. "We have to steal her away, for her own sake and the safety of every pony." She levitated the elements of harmony before them, their familiar glow filling the room with an almost somber light. But where there was usually 6, one lay cold and unresponsive, the element of laughter. Twilight swallowed hard as she placed the element of laughter upon herself, its magic resisting her touch at first, as if it knew this wasn't right. But she pushed through, forcing herself to connect with it, to pull its power into her own. Her horn flared with radiant light, and the others, one by one, reached for their elements. Applejack, honesty. Rarity, generosity. Fluttershy, kindness. Rainbow Dash, loyalty. And Twilight, now bearing both magic and laughter. The power surged through them, but it felt different this time, unbalanced, as though something vital had been ripped from the harmony they usually shared. The absence of Pinkie's presence, her laughter, was like a jagged wound in their connection, but they had to press on. Twilight's voice was strained as she gave the final command. "Focus! We have to channel the magic. We're going to seal Pinkie away, in the moon, like Nightmare Moon." The room trembled as their combined magic swirled into a blinding vortex of light, the energy growing with every second, pulling them closer to the moment they all dreaded. Outside, the castle doors burst open with a crash, and Pinkie's crazed laughter filled the halls, echoing like a twisted melody. "Oh, I can feel it, Dashie! The party's just getting started!" Pinkie staggered into the room, the knife still clutched in her mouth, her eyes wild and wide, her entire body twitching with erratic movements. "What are you doing with my element, Twilight? That's not very nice. You're trying to leave me out of the fun, aren't you?" Her grin stretched wider, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light as she slowly advanced on them, her voice turning dark. "But I won't let you. I won't be left behind. Not again." "Now!" Twilight shouted, her voice cutting through the madness as she unleashed the full power of the elements. The magic surged, a rainbow of energy enveloping Pinkie, who let out a high-pitched, gleeful scream. Her body fought against the magic, twisting and jerking, but the power was too strong, too overwhelming. Slowly, the rainbow light spiraled upward, pulling her along with it, lifting her off the ground. "See you in 1,000 years, girls!" Pinkie shrieked, her laughter breaking into a shrill, maniacal cackle as the magic swirled faster and faster around her. "I'll be back, and we'll have so much fun!" With a final blinding flash of light, Pinkie Pie was gone. The room fell silent, the only sound the ragged breathing of the ponies left behind. Twilight collapsed to her knees, her horn still glowing faintly as the magic ebbed away, leaving her drained and trembling. The others stood frozen, their eyes wide, the enormity of what they had just done crashing down on them. She's really gone," Twilight whispered, her voice breaking as tears welled in her eyes. Rainbow Dash clenched her jaw, her wings hanging limp at her sides. "We had to do it. She gave us no choice." Applejack didn't say a word, only lowering her hat over her eyes, her shoulders slumped with the weight of the decision. Twilight stood slowly, her legs shaking beneath her as she gazed up at the night sky. The moon hung high, full and bright, and there, etched into its surface, was the faint, unmistakable image of Pinkie Pie, sealed away for 1,000 years. "I hope one day we can forgive ourselves," Twilight whispered, tears slipping down her cheeks. "And I hope she can forgive us too." They returned to the castle map room. The room fell into a heavy, suffocating silence as the final echoes of magic dissipated. Twilight's chest heaved with exhaustion, her legs trembling beneath her as she stared at the elements of harmony resting on the table. They had once been vibrant, radiant with the magic of friendship, but now they lay dull, lifeless, their brilliant glow extinguished. Each gem, once a symbol of their bond, was cracked and broken, their surfaces fractured like shattered glass. The elements, her friends' elements, had lost their power. Twilight's heart sank, the weight of the moment pressing down on her with the force of a collapsing sky. She knew what this meant. The elements were gone. They had been the lifeblood of Equestria's greatest defense, the force that had kept darkness at bay time and time again. But now, after what they had just done to Pinkie Pie, they had failed. The elements... Twilight's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes filling with unshed tears. They're broken. The others slowly gathered around her, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Rarity gasped slowly as she lifted the element of generosity, its once brilliant purple gem now cracked down the middle, the magic within it long gone. "Oh no! Oh darling!" Her voice wavered as she gently placed it back on the ground, as though touching it any longer would shatter it completely. Rainbow Dash stared at her own element, loyalty, with a tight brown, her wings twitching. "It's gone," she muttered, her eyes flicking to Twilight. We broke them." "They ain't never gonna work again, are they?" Applejack asked quietly, her hoop grazing over Honesty's once gleaming orange gem, now dull and lifeless. Fluttershy stood frozen, staring down at Kindness with wide, tear-filled eyes. Her voice was a shaky whisper. "What do we do now?" Twilight swallowed hard, forcing herself to speak through the lump forming in her throat. "The elements are gone," she said softly, her gaze fixed on the shattered remains before her. "We used them to seal away Pinkie, but in doing so, we destroyed them. We've broken the very magic that held us together." The silence in the room deepened, thick with unspoken grief. "Without the elements, we won't be able to protect Equestria the way we used to." Twilight's voice trembled as she finally looked up, meeting the eyes of her friends, her heart heavy with the truth she knew she had to say. "In 1,000 years, when Pinkie Pie returns, it won't be us standing against her." Rarity's breath hitched, her hoop covering her mouth as the meaning of Twilight's words sank in. You mean..." Twilight nodded, her expression hardening with a grim resolve. "It'll be 6 new ponies, 6 brave souls just like we were, who will have to face Pinkie when she returns." Rainbow Dash's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp with disbelief. "New ponies? But we're the elements. We're supposed to be the ones who..." "No," Twilight cut her off, shaking her head. "Not anymore. We were the elements, but without Pinkie, without laughter, the magic we shared is broken. We can't be the ones to stop her when she escapes. We won't be around for that fight." Dash's jaw clenched, her wings twitching in frustration. "Then what do we do? Just sit here and wait for everything to fall apart?" Twilight sighed deeply, her voice soft but resolute. "We protect Equestria the best we can for as long as we can. We'll have to find other ways to keep the peace, to stop threats before they grow too large. But when Pinkie returns..." Her gaze shifted toward the window, to the moon hanging in the night sky. "When she comes back, it'll be up to the next generation of ponies. They'll be the ones who wield the new elements of harmony." Fluttershy let out a quiet sob, her tears spilling over as she looked up at the moon, where the faint outline of Pinkie Pie's face was now visible, much like nightmare moons had been before her. "But what if they're not ready? What if no pony is brave enough to stand up to her?" "We weren't ready either," Applejack said quietly, her voice laced with sorrow. "But we stood up when the time came." Twilight nodded, though her heart felt like it was being torn in two. "We didn't know what we were getting into back then. We didn't know the power we had until we used it. It'll be the same for them. They'll rise when the time comes. Rarity took a shaky breath, wiping her eyes with a trembling hoof. And what of us, darling? What do we do with this? She gestured to the remnants of the elements, her gaze full of sadness. We remember what we've done, Twilight replied, her voice thick with emotion. We live with the choices we've made, and we make sure Equestria is ready for when Pinkie returns. A long, heavy silence settled over the room as the weight of their actions sank in, the finality of it all wrapping around them like a suffocating shroud. The elements of harmony, once the most powerful force in Equestria, were gone, and the friends who had once wielded them stood broken, their bond forever changed by the loss of one of their own. Twilight's eyes lingered on the moon, her mind racing with thoughts of the future, of the day, 1,000 years from now, when 6 new ponies would be forced to face Pinkie Pie. Would they be strong enough? Would they understand the power of friendship the way Twilight and her friends once had? The answer was impossible to know. All she could do was hope that, somewhere out there, 6 new ponies would rise to the challenge, ponies who would take up the mantle of the elements of harmony and stand against the darkness once more. Twilight closed her eyes, her voice barely an audible whisper. May they be ready. Author's note. Did you enjoy this contest entry? I write commissions. DM me with story ideas.
The moon is high, the night is cold. Ponyville's tales are being retold. Nightmare nights in full swing, but beware the shadows where puppets cling. Pinkie's smile stretches wide with secrets that she tries to hide. Beneath the mask, her laughter's thin. A darker game is about to begin. When laughter turns to screams, beware the joy is twisted in the air. Pinkie's playtime has gone awry. Now every pony's asking why. Myra felt the puppet's grip, cold wood against her trembling lips. Big Mac stood with hollow eyes, and Rainbow saw through the disguise. Fluttershy hides her heart beats fast, hoping that the horror won't last. Twilight's castle holds a clue, but Pinkie's lurking, coming for you. When laughter turns to screams, beware the joy is twisted in the air. Pinkie's giggles mask her pain. Now Ponyville won't be the same. Rarity cries for Sweetie's fate, too late to save her from the gate. Elements shatter, magic's gone as madness carries on and on. She flies but can't escape, the night's a deadly twisted shape. Pinkie's grin is far too wide, she's let the darkness step inside. When laughter turns to screams, beware the fun is twisted in the air. Pinkie's playtime has gone awry, now every pony's asking why. The puppets dance in eerie light, strings pulled tight on this cursed night. Pinkie's voice echoes down the street, a haunting tune no pony can beat. Twilight bites, her magic flares, but darkness lingers in the air. Ponyville crumbles, truth unfolds, a tale of terror that's never told. Fluttershy's tears and Rainbow's rage won't free them from this twisted stage. The clock is ticking, the night grows long, Pinkie hums her eerie song. 6 will rise in 1,000 years to face the darkness, fight their fears. But for now, the night is lost and Ponyville pays the final cost. So lock your doors, hide from the fright, for no one's safe this haunted night. Pinkie's games have just begun, and she won't stop till the night is done.
Available as a podcast on Spotify. Bonnie and Izzy Moonbow is Miss Pony, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.
Records from a Magic Student by Arcanum Fantasy. Audio Log 1. Greetings, my name is Twilight Sparkle. Today I am going to attempt to cast one of Starswell the Bearded's most complex spells. According to his own notes, if cast correctly, this spell will allow the caster to pull a small object from another world into this one. While a rather large pill to swallow, even coming from a unicorn as brilliant as Starswell, there is evidence to at least suggest that this has led to several technological advancements in the past. I'm hoping to put any doubts to this claim to rest, be it in favour or against them. Now, is everything ready, Spike? Ready? Alright, beginning the first test in 3, 2, 1. Audio Log 2. Testing. Let's see. Yes, it works. My apologies for the informal language. In the last test, my recording equipment reacted poorly to the spell. As such, I was forced to replace all of it and then reinforce them with specialized runes. With these in place, I should be able to perform the spell and reliably gather data. It has been 3 days since I last cast the summoning spell. From it, a small portal approximately the size of the average pony's hoof opened and a brown boot fell out. Right after, the portal closed and I became aware of the damage done to my equipment. That aside, I originally assumed that the spell had failed until I gave the boot a proper look. Just a passing glance already revealed that this article of clothing is different from what would normally be made in Equestria. The rubber sole had a more equal distribution of grip rather than being focused near the back. This, along with the way the strings on top were arranged, implies that it was made for those with feet in mind as opposed to hooves. In addition, the material that made up the majority of the boot did not match any of the materials my friend Rarity offered as reference. It seems much tougher than most of Rarity's samples, yet malleable enough to not restrict movement. The closest thing I could compare it to is shredded dragon scales, but it lacks the fire resistance that they possess. Today, we are going to attempt to cast the spell again. First, it will be with the same amount of magic as the last time, and then with a slightly higher amount. This will demonstrate if a difference in power can affect the type of object summoned, in addition to other possible differences. Are you ready, Spike? Yup. Alright, on 3. 1, 2, 3. It's another boot. Yup. Looks like it's the one that goes with the one we already have. Are you sure? Yeah, see the way it's curved? It's the exact opposite way to the one you got last time. You're right. Let's move on to the second test and see if anything changes. Right. Ready when you are. Alright, casting spell now. What is that? I don't know, Spike. It looks like some kind of metal box with a door in the front. Hey, check this out. There are some buttons by the door. You're right. Let's see. Popcorn, tea, pizza, leftovers. Does this thing make food? Careful, Spike. We don't know what this is. Right, sorry. It's fine. Let's just set this aside for further study and then we can decide what to do with it from here. Audio log 3. 5 days have passed since I last cast a summoning spell. In that time I examined the old device that, due to it making use of microwaves, I have dubbed the Microbox. Due to it having little to do with the spell itself, I have decided to keep my studies on the device separate. Now that my studies on that particular topic have been completed, I'm ready to return my focus wholly onto the topic at hand. I was so eager that I forgot to turn on my recording equipment when I cast the spell. The end result was yet another Microbox. From this, it would appear that the size and complexity of the objects summoned are comparable with the amount of magic used to cast the spell. I will see what yet another slight increase in power will result in. Are you ready, Spike? Yup. On 3. 1, 2, 3. What is that thing? I'm not sure, Spike. It looks like some kind of clothed ape. Is it okay? It's not moving all that much. I can see it breathing. Better get Fluttershy to make sure nothing's wrong. Spike, can you? On it. Are you okay? Can you hear me? Oh, it's waking up. This, what the hell happened? It can talk! It can talk! Why the fuck am I looking at a purple unicorn? Okay, who's the prick that slipped me something? Excuse me? Holy shit, it talks! Ah, my fucking knee! Are you okay? That hurt. What is this place? Some kind of lab? Well, yes, this is my lab. Oh, right. I haven't properly introduced myself yet. My name is at an operating table with cups. Oh, right. I forgot that I still had that in here. That was part of an experiment that didn't go anywhere. Anyway, experiment? You're going to experiment on me? What? No. Fuck that. I'm getting the hell out of here. No. Wait. That's not... Audio log 4. Oh, okay. So, sweet Celestia, where do I even start? Okay, let's just state what I know. Okay, yesterday, I performed a summoning spell at a higher power level. Considering how the previous attempts went, I was expecting a more complex device to come through the portal. Instead, a strange creature was summoned. From what I was able to observe, the creature resembled an ape, though it held an upright posture and significantly less fur.
The fact that it was wearing clothes and was capable of speech indicates that it came from a civilized society. It also appears that the creature's language is similar, if not identical, to Common Equish. But that is not something that can be accurately confirmed at this time. Currently, the creature's location is unknown. But steps are being taken to capture and contain it. Hopefully we can meet again under circumstances that won't require violent means to do so. I need to fix this. It looks so scared. I need to help it.
Audio log 5.
7 days have passed since the creature was summoned. In that time, some of my friends have said that they have had sporadic sightings of something matching its description. All of the sightings were at night and, with the exception of Pinky, the sightings were partial at best. It is only thanks to Pinky's attempts to cover it that I am sure that the creature is still in the area. So far, the creature has shown no signs of outward hostility, but I fear that may not stay the case. Pinky said that the creature looked scared every time she found it. I'm afraid that it might feel cornered. Maybe if we could get it to sit down and talk to one of us, that we could work something out. Maybe it could be a friend? Audio log 6. There was an attack today. The victim was my friend Fluttershy. According to her, she convinced the creature to come into her home to talk to her. Aside from being nervous, he said that it was a type of creature called a human. He also said that he came from a world called Earth. Before she could learn more from him, she noticed how uncomfortable he was getting and went to get him some tea to settle his nerves. When she came back, he hurt one of her pets and she confronted him. For a moment, her unique stare was able to stun him, but he snapped out of it before she could chastise him for his actions. He then punched her and made his escape. She said he was scared, so I don't think he acted with intent to harm in mind. Not initially, at least. The fact that he was willing to meet with Fluttershy in the first place does suggest that there may still be a chance to clear things up with him. I just need to find him. If I can do that, then maybe I can help him.
Audio log 7.
You did what? I know. I just... Do you have any idea what you've just done? He hit Fluttershy. What did you think I was going to do? Not hit a creature from another world that already thinks we're out to get him. But Twilight, get out. But I said get the fuck out of my house.
Audio log 8.
The apples said they found him in their orchard last night. He apparently managed to recover after Rainbow Dash. Anyway, they think he injured himself trying to get some of their apples. When they tried to get him to help, he ran off into the Everfree forest. A search party was gathered up not long after, but no pony found anything. I'm going to go back into the forest later to see if I can find anything. Sweet Celestia, please let him be okay.
Audio log 9.
There was another sighting! 12 days after the incident at Sweet Apple Acres, my friend Rarity came across to him going through her trash. She scared him off with a bat, but I'm so glad to know he's alive. It's not too late. I can still fix this. I can fix this.
Audio log 10.
I need to find him. I need to fix this. I need... Twilight! He was going through our trash!
Audio log 11.
He's been living in the sewer. At least that's what my tracking spell was able to indicate. Since the spell wasn't initially designed to track creatures like humans, it could only give me a general idea of where he was. It isn't a perfect solution to the problem, but it will have to do. Hopefully it will be enough to find him. I need to make this right. Audio log 12. I led a group of guards towards a shelter in the sewers. It was pretty far in, so it took almost 2 weeks for the spell to pick it up. It looked like he managed to find a way to get the bare necessities to be able to function down there. I'm really amazed by what he was able to build in such an awful place. He wasn't there when we found it, but I haven't given up yet. I'm going to find him and make this right.
Audio log 13.
I can hear his screams. Won't stop. Please. Please be okay. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Audio log 14.
I don't know what happened. We finally managed to find him at Zikora's. We were bringing him back to town, and he just collapsed. He wasn't even breathing. We got him to the hospital as fast as we could. The doctors think he was poisoned, but they don't know what kind of poison was used. They managed to get him stable, but they don't know what they can do. I can't believe this is happening. I was going to help him find a place to stay, maybe give him a job at the library until he could find something better. I was going to try to find a way to get him back home. I was going to fix this. Yes? Zikora's here. She said that she really needs to give you something. Audio log 15. It's all my fault.
It started with a spark, a spell from the past. Stars will's wisdom guiding me. I thought I'd make it last. A boot fell from the rift, then another, then more. Each object from a world I'd never seen before. But then he came through, fragile and afraid, a human out of place, a mistake I'd made. I tried to understand, to ease his fear, but my efforts pushed him further, made him disappear. I tried to fix this, but the cracks grew wide. Every step I took, I hurt his pride. He ran from my kindness, lost in the night. I tried to fix this, but I couldn't make it right. I heard whispers in the dark, a of shadows in the trees, a figure in the trash, a ghost upon the breeze. My friends tried to help, but fear took the reins. He lashed out in his terror, his trust wrapped in chains. Fluttershy reached out, her heart so kind, but fear and desperation made him blind. I watched as he suffered, alone and in pain. The guilt in my heart felt like a chain. I tried to fix this, but the damage grew. Every action I took, he misconstrued. He was drowning in a world that wasn't his fight. I tried to fix this, but I couldn't make it right. Deep in the sewers, he found his way. A makeshift home where the shadows stay. I followed the trail, but it led to despair. I heard his screams, I wasn't there. I tried to fix this, but I was too late. The poison took hold, the cruel twist of fate. I reached for his hand as he slipped from sight. I tried to fix this, but I couldn't make it right. Now I sit alone, the echoes remain. The weight of my choices, the depth of the pain. A portal to another world, a life cast away. I tried to fix this, but I led him astray. I tried to fix this, but I couldn't make him stay.
It's the Mr. Tony Fiction Channel. Mystery, also available as a podcast on Spotify. Bonnie and Izzy Moonbow is Miss Tony, by the way. Fiction. Fiction. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.